Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I'm not a paranoid person, or I wasn't anyway. We've been in this house for about 5 months now. It's in Dublin, just outside the city old place, creaky floors, doors that don't shut right unless you lift them a bit while you pull. But it's ours. The kind of house you talk yourself into loving. Character, people say, when they mean. Stuff that should have been fixed years ago. I didn't think much about any of that until last week. My son is just over 2 months old. Still in that newborn fog, still up every few hours. My wife and I take turns, or try to. We're both wrecked most of the time, not in a dramatic way. Just sleep-deprived, short-tempered, always slightly sticky from milk or spit up, the usual. We use a baby monitor. Nothing fancy, no screen, no night vision. Just a basic audio-only one. A gift from my cousin, actually. He said it was better this way, less stuff to obsess over. It picks up the usual stuff, crying, babbling, the occasional weird radio static that I chalked up to cheap parts or bad wiring. Until 2 nights ago, it was just after 3. I had gotten up to use the toilet and was sitting in the living room after, half asleep, trying to decide if I had the energy to make tea or if I should just crash back into bed. The monitor crackled. I looked at it, not because I was scared, just because it startled me. That loud, static snap, like someone switching on a mic too close to their mouth. Then whispering. Very faint but clear. At first I thought it was just the monitor picking up something from outside, a neighbor's telly or a baby's toy left switched on. I leaned in, and I heard it say my name. Not a sound like my name. Not something that sort of resembled it. It said my name, first and last, quietly, like someone testing if I was listening. I froze. Not dramatic, not movie style, just still, like my body didn't want to do anything until it had figured out whether or not I was dreaming. Then it said something else. He's not sleeping, he's watching. That's when I stood up. I didn't yell. I didn't run. I just stood and walked, like in a daze, toward the monitor sitting on the side table. I picked it up, held it to my ear. Silence. Then the usual faint hiss of static. That was it. I put it down and walked up the stairs. Our bedroom door was open. My wife was asleep. Arm flung over the duvet, mouth slightly open. The door to the nursery was closed, which was already weird. We leave it open so we can hear if he stirs. I pushed it open slowly. The room looked fine. Dim nightlight glow, mobile gently spinning even though there was no draft. The baby was asleep. Deep sleep. The kind where his hands are relaxed and his breathing is slow. I watched him for a second. No movement, no sign of distress. Then I noticed the marks on the floor. Right under the crib. The kind of scratches that don't come from furniture or shoes. Thin, uneven. Some were shallow, just surface damage. Others looked deep, like something sharp had dug into the wood. There were 6 of them, not evenly spaced, not patterned, just there, like something had been reaching up from under the crib. I stepped back, checked the corners of the room. The closet was closed, the window locked. Nothing looked disturbed. I crouched down, hand resting on the edge of the crib, and slowly looked underneath. Nothing. Just dust in the storage box with diapers and wipes. No sign of any animal, no loose nails, no broken boards. I reached under and ran my fingers across the scratches. They were real, not just surface discoloration or shadows. They caught at my skin. I didn't wake my wife. I don't know why. I should have. But I didn't want to scare her unless I had something real to point to. It still felt possible that I had imagined the voice, that the scratches were old, that I was connecting dots that weren't meant to be connected. The next morning, I checked again in daylight. The scratches were still there. I asked my wife if she'd noticed anything weird with the monitor. She shook her head, still half asleep, said, "No, why?" I said, "Just the static's gotten worse." She shrugged and poured her tea. That afternoon, I called my brother. He used to live in this house years ago, before he moved to the States. He rented it when he was in his 20s, back when it was still falling apart and the plumbing made whale sounds when you flushed the toilet. I didn't tell him everything at first, just said I found something weird in the nursery and thought maybe it was from when he lived here. He went quiet, then said, "Are there scratches on the floor?" That shut me up. He didn't laugh, didn't make a joke, just waited. I said, "Yeah, under the crib." He let out a long breath. Then he said, "Check the attic." I asked why. He said, "I don't want to say anything until you do." And then he hung up. I didn't go up right away. After the call with my brother, I sat in the hallway for a while with the phone still in my hand, just listening to the silence in the house. It was too quiet, but not in that peaceful way. It was the kind of quiet that presses on your ears, the kind where you start to wonder if something's waiting to end the quiet. Check the attic. He said it like it was nothing, but I knew him. He doesn't do drama. He doesn't jump at shadows. So if he said that, there was a reason. The attic in this house isn't one of those roomy, finished ones. It's a hatch in the hallway ceiling. You pull it down with one of those plastic rods, and a ladder drops out. I had never been up there, not even when we moved in. Too much else going on. Figured it was just insulation and cobwebs, and maybe a dead rat or two. Now it felt like a space I'd been avoiding without realizing it. I waited until my wife left with the baby. She was taking him to her mom's for the afternoon, said I looked like I could use a nap. I told her I'd try, gave her a kiss, told her I'd text her in a bit. The second the door closed, I grabbed the attic rod. It stuck a little when I tried to pull it down. The latch was stiff, like it hadn't been opened in years. I had to tug it hard, and when it finally came loose, the ladder dropped with a hollow clatter that made my heart jump. I climbed slowly. The air got thick as I neared the top, not hot, exactly just heavy, like the dust wasn't just in the air but part of the air. I pushed my head up through the opening. It was darker than I expected. No light bulb, no natural light, just long shadows and the smell of old wood and insulation. I had brought a torch, one of those small ones that barely does the job, and I clicked it on. The beam caught the edges of some boxes, a suitcase, a stack of yellowed newspapers, and then something on the far side of the attic, near the eaves. At first I thought it was just a pile of junk, maybe old boards or broken furniture, but when I got closer, I saw it clearly. A circle drawn in chalk on the attic floor. It was faded but still visible, roughly 3 feet across, maybe more. The lines were uneven, like they had been drawn in a hurry. Inside the circle were small bones. Not animal bones. Not exactly. I'm not a vet or a hunter, but I've seen enough to know the difference between a bird skeleton and whatever this was. They looked like finger bones. Thin, curved, arranged in a pattern that didn't make sense, but still felt deliberate. Beside the circle was a small wooden box, carved, handcrafted, the kind you might find in an antique shop or hidden in someone's drawer for decades. I crouched next to it, not sure why I hadn't just gone back down the ladder already. Something in me needed to see. The box wasn't locked. It creaked when I opened it. Inside were scraps of paper, folded, torn, stained with what looked like oil, maybe blood. The top one said, "Do not speak your name near the monitor." My skin went cold. I reached for the next one. "If it asks for the baby, do not answer." I didn't read more. I closed the box and backed away. I was shaking now, not from fear exactly, more like my body finally caught up with the tension that had been building since I heard that whisper. I took photos, not many, just enough to prove to myself later that it had been real. Then I climbed down and pulled the ladder back up. I stood there in the hallway for a while, looking up at the hatch, like it might open again on its own. It didn't. I went downstairs, sat on the couch, tried to think. Then I called my brother again. He answered on the second ring. I didn't waste time. "What the hell is in the attic?" He was quiet, then said, "You saw the circle?" "Yes." "And the bones?" "Yes." A long breath on his end. "I should have told you earlier," he said, "but I didn't think it would happen again." "What wouldn't?" "I heard the monitor too," he said. "When I lived there, not all the time, just once or twice, a whisper, then scratching. I thought it was in my head until I found the same marks on the floor in what's now your nursery. I didn't speak, couldn't. I went up," he said, "found the same box, same warnings. I didn't touch anything else. I just moved out." "You didn't say anything?" "I was 23. I thought maybe I was losing it, and after I left, I never heard it again." I was trying to stay calm, but my voice shook. "It said my name," I told him. "Through the monitor, it knew my name." Another pause. Then he said, "Then it started again." I didn't tell my wife. I wanted to. God, I should have. But I didn't know how to say it without sounding like I'd gone completely off the rails. "Hey, love, by the way, I heard my name whispered through the baby monitor and found bones in a chalk circle in the attic. That's not a conversation that ends with a hug and a cup of tea." That's a conversation that leads to a worried call to a doctor or maybe a priest. So I waited. I tried to act normal. We went about the routine, feeding, changing, napping in shifts, smiling at our son like everything was fine, and maybe if I pretended hard enough it would be. That's what I told myself. Just keep the peace, keep the calm, let the baby sleep, let the day pass, and maybe this thing will go quiet again. Maybe it's tied to something we stirred up by accident. Maybe it just wants to be left alone. But then the monitor spoke again. It was 2 nights later. I had just gotten back from the kitchen, one of those sleepy trips where you go for water but stand staring into the fridge like it's going to reveal something else. When I came back into the living room, the monitor was already hissing, that same low static, only this time it didn't fade. It built, like pressure behind a wall. And then it said something different. Not my name this time. It said, "He sees us." Clear, no distortion, like someone sitting an inch from the mic. Then silence again, not even static, just nothing. I didn't sleep. I stayed up on the couch, waiting for another sound. I kept checking the baby on and off through the night. He never stirred. Just lay there peaceful, small hand curled against his cheek, like nothing in the world could ever reach him. The next morning I took a day off work, told my wife I wasn't feeling right, and that part was true. She left with the baby to run errands, and as soon as the door shut behind them, I got back up into the attic. I don't know what I thought I'd find. Maybe something new. A change in the circle. A fresh note in the box. But it all looked the same. Still there. Still wrong. I pulled the box out and read through the rest of the notes. Some were barely legible. Some were scribbled like whoever wrote them did it fast, with shaking hands or worse. One said, "Do not cover the scratches. It remembers the floor." Another said, "Ask it nothing. Give it no permission." But the one that really got me was folded tightly and stained with something dark. It said, "I saw it through the slats. Under the crib. It does not blink." That was enough. I took the box with me, climbed down and locked the attic hatch. Then I did the only thing I could think of. I called the landlord. The same man who sold us the house. He had been weirdly eager to get the paperwork signed, now that I looked back on it. A little too flexible on the price, a little too quick with the "everything's been checked out" line. At the time I chalked it up to the market. Now, I wasn't so sure. He answered after a few rings. I told him who I was and which property it was about. He paused, then said, "Ah, that one." I didn't ask what that meant, just pushed ahead. I said, "Did you know anything about the attic?" There was a long silence. Then he said, "What did you find?" I told him, not everything, just enough. The bones, the chalk, the notes. He sighed, not a surprised sigh, more like someone bracing for a conversation they hoped never to have. "That house has always had stories," he said. I asked what kind. He said, "Not the ghost kind, not banging doors or cold spots. It's quieter than that. People just leave. Sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes without packing. The one before you didn't even last a year." I asked about my brother. He said, "The young lad, he left suddenly too, never said why." I asked why he never told us. "You wouldn't have bought it if I had," he said. "And it's not illegal to keep stories to myself. It's just bad form." I hung up before I said something I'd regret. Later that afternoon, my wife came back with the baby, smiling, bags of groceries in one hand, carrier in the other. I kissed her on the forehead, helped unload the bags, acted normal. That night, when she was asleep, I brought the monitor into our room and left it on the bedside table, just in case. Around 3 in the morning, it lit up. Not with sound, with movement. The power light flickered like someone was tapping it from the inside. And then I heard a whisper, softer than before. Not even a word, just breath, like the start of a sentence that never finished. I shut it off, pulled the plug. And in the silence that followed, I could still feel it watching. I didn't mean to talk to it. That's the part that's hard to explain, because when people hear this kind of story, they always think the person chose to make contact, like it was a challenge or some reckless mistake. But that's not how it happened. It was more like instinct, like when you hear someone call your name and you just say, "Yeah?" before your brain even catches up. It was the next night, just past 3 again. I was up, not because the baby cried, but because I had started waking on my own, like my body knew something was coming before it even started. I sat in the hallway. The monitor was still unplugged. I didn't want to use it anymore, but I also couldn't bring myself to throw it away. It sat on the floor beside me, this small white box that had somehow become the most threatening object in our house. I don't know why I plugged it in. I was holding it, turning it in my hands, and then suddenly the cord was in the wall, the light came on, and I heard the soft hum of static. I told myself I just wanted to make sure, to check one last time that I hadn't imagined it. That maybe the power flicker or the weird whisper had been something else, a neighbor's cordless phone or a strange electrical feedback. The second it came on, it was quiet, no interference, just that faint hiss like a radio tuned between stations. I stared at it, and then it spoke. Not a whisper this time, not faint. It said, clear as a voice on the other side of a door, "You brought him here." I felt my mouth go dry. I didn't plan to speak. I didn't want to speak. But the words came out of me before I even knew they were forming. I said, "Who are you?" There was silence. The static ticked once, like a pop of air in the speaker. Then it said, "I wait. That's what I do." The words felt wrong in my ears, not just because of what was said, but how it was said, like someone repeating a sentence they had heard 1,000 times but never quite understood. A tone like echo instead of speech. I turned the monitor off, but it kept speaking. The light stayed on, and the voice said, "He wakes soon." That's when I pulled the plug from the wall and wrapped the cord around the base so tightly it bent the prongs. I put the whole thing in the bin under the sink, closed the lid, and stood there holding the countertop like it was the only solid thing left in the room. And then I heard the baby crying. Not a soft cry, a scream. The kind of cry that says something scared him awake. I bolted up the stairs, heart in my throat. When I opened the nursery door, he was sitting up in his crib, eyes wide, not looking at me, looking at the corner of the room, the dark one where the light from the hallway doesn't quite reach. I picked him up fast, held him to my chest. He was shaking, not hard, but in that quiet residual way, like he'd been scared in his sleep and couldn't snap out of it. I turned on the overhead light. The room looked the same. The crib, the chair, the stack of books we read before bed. Except the closet was open. We don't leave that door open. It sticks unless you really pull at it. Inside was just clothes, boxes, diapers, and a footprint. Just one. In the dust near the back of the closet. Not mine, not my wife's. Smaller than mine, wider than hers. I didn't touch it. I left the closet open, carried my son into our room, closed and locked the door, let him sleep on my chest until the sun came up. The next morning, I went back into the nursery with a flashlight and looked again. The footprint was gone. Or maybe it had just never been there. Maybe I dreamed it. I cleaned the closet floor with bleach and water anyway. I didn't tell my wife why. That evening, she asked if I was okay. I told her I was just tired. She kissed me on the cheek and said, "We're almost through the hard part." I wanted to believe that. I really did. But that night, while brushing my teeth, I saw something behind me in the mirror. Just for a second. A shape in the hallway, still and pale, watching through the crack of the bathroom door. I spun around, nothing there. I didn't sleep. Instead, I sat in the nursery with the light on, holding the baby while he napped, watching the floor, the walls, the closet door. And I kept hearing the same sentence in my head. You brought him here. The next morning, I called my brother again. I didn't care if I was waking him. I didn't care that I'd already asked him everything I thought there was to ask. I needed more. Needed something real. Something that would help me understand why this house felt like it was turning itself inside out. He answered with a quiet, "Yeah?" Like he already knew why I was calling. I skipped the pleasantries. I said, "What did you do before you moved out?" There was a pause. Then he said, "I thought I ended it." I just sat there, phone to my ear, waiting. My son was asleep on my chest again, breathing slow and warm and soft like none of this was happening outside his tiny world. He said, "There was something in the attic, something old. I didn't know what it was, but it made itself known, through the same monitor you're using now. Only it didn't stop at whispers." I closed my eyes. He kept talking. "I had dreams," he said. "At first I thought they were just that. Stress. The old house getting to me. But then they started lining up with real things. I'd dream of someone standing under the hatch, and the next morning the ladder would be down. I'd dream of my name being called, and wake up with the monitor hissing." I said, "What did you do?" I read the notes in the box, every one of them. There were more when I lived there. I think they disappear when people ignore them, or when people leave. One of them said to remove the bones and burn them. And you did? He hesitated. I tried. I took them out, one by one, in a paper bag. Lit them in the backyard in a metal bin. It took hours, but they burned. You sure? As sure as I could be. I said, then why is it still here? He didn't answer right away. Then quietly, because maybe it's not about the bones. Maybe it's about attention, about being noticed. That landed hard, because ever since I'd heard the whisper, I hadn't stopped noticing. Every sound, every flicker, every shift in the light. I was feeding it, giving it space in my head. I'd done everything except talk about it with the one person who deserved to know most, my wife. He said, you need to leave. We just bought the house, I said. We have a newborn. We can't just sell it, walk away, rent it out if you have to, but don't stay. I didn't have an answer for that, not one I could say out loud. That night, I found the box again. I had hidden it in the garage under a stack of old coats. I brought it back into the house and spread the contents on the kitchen table. There were fewer notes now. I could feel it, a difference in weight, like it was thinning. One of the notes I hadn't read before was folded 3 times and sealed with tape. The handwriting was different from the others, smoother, more deliberate, the kind you see in school notebooks. It said, if you hear it say the baby's name, do not go in the room. Let it stop on its own. Let it pass. Do not enter while it is speaking. I didn't show it to my wife. I couldn't. She'd think I'd lost it, and maybe I had. But part of me believed it, fully, without question. The house had changed in the last few days, not just what I saw, but how it felt. The nursery had cold spots now, places where the air didn't move. The baby wouldn't sleep unless I was holding him, and even then he twitched like he was hearing something I couldn't. The baby monitor, unplugged and wrapped in towels under the sink, still clicked at 3 in the morning like it had power running through it. And the attic was louder now. Not with voices, but with movement. Sometimes I'd hear the thud of a box shifting, sometimes a creak that sounded like knees bending on old wood. I stopped going up. I told myself it wasn't real, but I also locked the hatch with a bike chain and a padlock from the shed, the kind you use for storage units or prison gates. I started looking up the house. Archives, news stories, anything I could find. There wasn't much, just a mention of the land being part of a larger property before the houses were built. One article from decades ago about a church fire not far from here, with a strange line buried at the end. Some residents say the structure was used for more than just sermons. I kept digging. Found a scanned interview with an old priest who used to work in the area. He talked about a local family who believed in binding something that didn't belong to this world. He said it wasn't his business, but they weren't the only ones. Some believed the land here had weight. Things don't rise here, he said. They settle, they dig, they wait. That word again. Wait. The same word the voice had used. That night, The baby started crying around 2:30, a sharp, sudden cry, not like hunger, not like discomfort. It was panic. I ran into the room. He was sitting up again, eyes wide, frozen. The closet door was open again. I checked it earlier that day. I had even put a chair in front of it. But now it was open, chair tipped over, and the air in the room was bitter cold. I picked him up and walked out. This time, I told my wife everything. I didn't care if she believed me. She had to know. I told her everything while we sat at the kitchen table. The baby was asleep in her arms finally. It was just after 4 in the morning. I hadn't slept in nearly 2 days. I expected her to get angry, or worried, or to laugh in that tired way people do when they're too overwhelmed to do anything else. But she didn't. She listened, quiet, still, eyes locked on mine the whole time. I told her about the whisper, about the attic, the bones, the notes, the cold spots, the warnings, all of it. I left nothing out. When I finished, she asked just one question. "What does it want?" I didn't have an answer. Not really. I had guesses. That it wanted attention, that it wanted the baby, that it wanted to stay, that it fed off fear or sound or belief. But I didn't know for sure. And that was the worst part of all this. There was no name, no history, no shape, just a presence. She looked down at our son, then back at me, and said, "We have to go." I nodded, "Just for a night, until we figure it out." "No," she said, "we have to go. Like, go, go." We didn't argue. There was no energy left for that. Just silent agreement. She packed a bag for the baby. I grabbed clothes, documents, the box from the attic, and that cursed baby monitor still unplugged, still wrapped in cloth, but I wasn't about to leave it behind. By 6 that morning we were in the car driving toward her mum's place, a quiet village 2 hours out, surrounded by hills and hedges and nothing else. It felt like distance in the best way. Every kilometer felt like a door closing behind us. She didn't speak much on the drive, neither did I. The baby slept almost the whole way, which felt like a miracle. We stayed at her mum's for the next 3 nights. On the second night, I woke up around 3:30 out of instinct. Not from a noise, just something in my chest, a habit of fear that hadn't worn off yet. The monitor was still off, still packed, still silent. I sat by the window and watched the wind move the hedges. No voices, no scratching, no feeling of being watched. By the 4th morning, my wife said, "I think we should call someone." I asked, "The police?" She shook her head. "A priest, or someone who deals with this kind of thing." I nodded, not because I believed a priest would solve it, but because doing something felt better than doing nothing. And deep down, I had started to wonder if maybe belief didn't matter, that the thing in the house was going to make itself real, whether we allowed it or not. We made the call that day, an older priest in Dublin. Local, quiet reputation, known more for funerals than exorcisms, but he didn't ask a single stupid question when I told him what was happening. Just listened, then asked for the address. "I've been there before," he said. That stopped me. You have? He said, years ago, maybe 8, someone else called. Same room, same age child. She didn't stay long either. Did you stop it? No, he said flatly, but I can contain it, temporarily. That house, it keeps things. He met us back at the property 2 days later. We parked across the street. I refused to take my son back inside. My wife stayed in the car with him. The priest and I entered together. The house was still, cold, unlived in, even though everything inside looked like we had only stepped out for milk. The air smelled heavier than I remembered, like wet stone and something slightly sweet, like old rot covered in honey. He didn't say a blessing, didn't light candles, just stood in the nursery, eyes closed. After a while, he asked for the box. I handed it to him. He opened it slowly, read one of the notes, and let out a quiet sigh. This is the second one, he said. The second what? He looked at me. This box, these notes, the others were burned, but the thing remained, so it started over. It learns who listens. I didn't know what to say. He pulled out a vial of something thick and amber-colored, poured it across the closet threshold, then down the sides of the crib, not in excess, just a line like a barrier. He took the monitor from my bag, opened the battery case, and slipped something small inside. A talisman, he said. It confuses the signal. Then he handed it back to me. Keep it, he said. Turn it on once. If it speaks again, do not respond. That will be your last warning. And if it doesn't, then it's moved on. Where does it go? He looked at the ceiling toward the attic. I don't know. I just know it doesn't like to be ignored. We left before sunset. The house went up for sale 2 weeks later. We listed it below market value. Took the hit. I didn't care. I never wanted to see the inside of that place again. It sold faster than I expected. A single man, early 40s, moved from the coast, said he liked older houses. We didn't warn him. I thought about it. I really did. But I remembered what my brother said, that sometimes attention was what it wanted. So I stayed quiet. I don't know if that was the right call. Maybe someday I'll regret it. But right now, it's been 4 months, and the baby sleeps through the night. My wife smiles again. The monitor never spoke again. Sometimes I wonder if it's still up there, in that attic, waiting. But not for us. We're not in that house anymore, and we never will be again. I wasn't planning on doing anything dramatic that weekend. My parents had gone to Devon for a friend's anniversary thing, one of those garden party things that stretches over 2 days because the couple is overly sentimental. They offered to take me, but I had exams coming up and said I'd rather stay home and get some studying done. That was half true. Mostly, I just wanted the house to myself for a bit. They left Friday morning. It was quiet after they pulled out of the driveway. Still and weird in that way a house gets when it's not full of the usual background noise. I made toast, played music, took a nap. Normal stuff. Friday night, I watched a few episodes of something and stayed up later than I meant to. Nothing spooky, no horror movies. Just comfort shows. I wasn't in the mood to wind myself up. It was just after 1:30 when I shut everything down, brushed my teeth, locked up, the usual. I'm usually a pretty light sleeper, especially when I'm alone. Any creak or thump sets me off. So when I woke up around 2 and heard what sounded like running water, my brain didn't panic right away. I figured it might have been outside, maybe rain starting, maybe the neighbor's hose, something like that. But when I sat up and listened, I realized it was coming from inside the house, upstairs. It was the shower. I froze, not immediately scared, just trying to make it make sense. Had I left it dripping earlier? I hadn't even showered that day. Was something leaking? Did a pipe burst? I got out of bed slowly, stepped into the hallway, and stood at the bottom of the stairs listening. No doubt about it, the shower was fully on, not just trickling. It was loud, the kind of sound you hear when someone's just stepped in. I went up the stairs, every step creaking louder than it should have. It felt like the house was holding its breath. When I reached the bathroom door, I could see the steam pushing out from underneath. The air was damp, warm, like someone had been in there for a while. I opened the door slowly. The room was empty. The shower was blasting hot water. Steam coated the mirror. The floor mat was soaked, like someone had stepped out and not bothered to dry off. I stood there for a second, heart pounding in my ears, before stepping in and turning it off. The tap was hot to the touch. I checked behind the curtain, opened the cabinet. Nothing. Just the same familiar space I'd used 1,000 times. I backed out of the bathroom, closed the door, and went back to my room. Locked it. I didn't sleep much after that. I kept telling myself it was plumbing, that maybe pressure had built up and forced the tap open. But even as I thought that, it felt like I was lying to myself. Because the water hadn't just turned on, the towel rack had a used towel on it, damp, folded the wrong way, not how I left it, and I hadn't used that towel since Tuesday. I stayed in bed until morning. When the light finally came through the window, I got up and went back to the bathroom. Everything looked normal again. No steam. The mirror was clear. The floor was dry except for the still damp towel. Then I noticed my toothbrush. It was wet. Not just the bristles, the handle too, like someone had picked it up with wet hands. It was resting on the sink instead of in the cup I always leave it in. I picked it up, turned it over. There was a small speck of something on the back, red, not blood red, more like clay or rust. I wiped it off and immediately regretted touching it at all. I checked the rest of the house. Every door was locked. The windows were closed. Nothing looked out of place, but I still had that feeling in the back of my neck like something had been there. Not was. Had. Later that day, after pacing and second-guessing everything, I remembered we had the Ring camera set up at the side gate. My dad had installed it after someone nicked a bicycle last summer. I opened the app on my phone and scrolled through the timeline. At 1:40 in the morning, there was motion. I clicked it. The video started with nothing, just the usual quiet view of the fence and the patch of gravel behind the kitchen. Then, just barely visible, a figure moved past the camera. Not fast. Just a slow walk, head down, arms close to their sides. I paused it, tried to scrub forward. Couldn't see the face. The motion light didn't trigger fast enough. Whoever it was, they knew how to avoid being lit up. But then, just as the video reached the end, there was a faint sound, like a click. I played it back 3 times before I recognized it. The back door unlocking. I sat there with my phone in my lap, cold all over. There was no footage of anyone entering, no footage of anyone leaving. Just that moment, that click, then nothing. I didn't tell my parents, not at first. I knew what they'd say, that it was a glitch or a prank or a neighbor's cat triggering the motion light. My dad would probably reset the camera and forget about it. My mom would just tell me to double check the locks and stop watching so many crime documentaries. But I knew something was off. You don't forget the sound of a shower turning on at 2 in the morning when you're supposed to be the only person in the house. You don't forget the feel of steam coming out from a closed door when no one's been inside. Still, I tried to get through the next day like normal. I cleaned a bit, made a proper breakfast, studied, or at least sat with the books open long enough to pretend that I had. But I couldn't stop thinking about the Ring footage, about that figure, the slow way it moved, the way it didn't look toward the camera once. It felt too calm, like someone who knew where they were going. That afternoon I checked the back door. I wanted to see if maybe it had been unlocked the whole time, and I'd just convinced myself it had clicked open. But the deadbolt was engaged, and the lock on the handle had that tight resistance like it had just been turned recently. Nothing was broken or forced, no scratches around the frame. Whoever had come near the house, if they didn't break in, they just entered. That's when I remembered the old sliding door. It's in the sunroom, technically more of a back extension. My dad always meant to replace the lock, but never got around to it. You have to pull it hard to get it shut all the way, and the latch on it is finicky. If you don't lock it with the key, it can be jimmied open with enough pressure. I walked over, pushed on the frame. It opened. Not wide, just an inch or 2, enough to make my stomach drop. I had locked it. I know I had. The night before, I did the usual routine: front, side, back, sunroom. Checked each door, turned each key. I even remember jiggling the handle to make sure it was secure. But now it was cracked open, like it had been shut in a hurry, or like someone left it just barely ajar, waiting. I locked it again. This time I tested it twice, pulled hard. It held. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in the house while I slept. That they'd come in after the camera picked them up, moved quietly, turned on the shower, used my towel, handled my toothbrush, and then left without a sound. And maybe they didn't even leave. That was the thought that really got to me, the one that sat in the back of my skull all night. What if they were still here? What if they never left? I started checking the cupboards, the wardrobes, behind the curtains, under the bed. It felt ridiculous, walking through my own house like I was playing hide and seek with something that might not even be real. But part of me knew I wasn't being paranoid, knew this wasn't something I could laugh off in a week. The air in the house felt different, not haunted, just watched. That night I didn't sleep upstairs. I brought my blanket down to the living room, locked every door again, and left the lights on. I didn't bother brushing my teeth. The idea of standing in that bathroom back to the door made my skin crawl. I must have dozed off sometime after 3. I remember blinking at the telly, something old and muted playing, just trying to keep my brain occupied until daylight came. Then a noise woke me. Not loud. Just a quiet creak, like a footstep on old wood. I sat up, heart already pounding, and looked around. Nothing. I checked the clock. 3:22. The air was colder than it had been when I fell asleep. I reached for my phone and opened the Ring app, hoping maybe it had caught something again. Nothing. No new motion alerts. I closed the app, and that's when I noticed the light. Faint, coming from the stairwell. Not the overhead light. A soft flickering light, like someone holding a phone with the flashlight on. I froze. Waited. No sound. Just the light moving slowly across the landing, stretching down the wall like it was reaching. Then it vanished. Gone, like it had never been there. I sat perfectly still for I don't know how long. Eventually I got up, turned off the telly, locked the door between the living room and the rest of the house. It wouldn't stop anyone, not really, but it gave me something to hold on to. I stayed awake until morning. Didn't check upstairs. Didn't shower. Didn't move. When the sun finally came through the windows, I stood up, stretched my legs, and went to the kitchen to make tea, and found the back door unlocked. Again. I don't know what I expected to find when I finally went back upstairs. Maybe nothing. Maybe that would have been worse. Silence can be louder than footsteps when you're already on edge. It was Sunday morning. The sun was out, brighter than it had been all week. Everything looked too normal in the daylight. My mug sat on the table where I'd left it. The telly remote had fallen onto the floor sometime during the night. My blanket was still in a crumpled heap on the sofa. If someone else had been in the house, they hadn't left a mess. They hadn't taken anything. They had just moved through it. Like they belonged there. I stood at the bottom of the stairs for a long time, listening. No water, no creaks, just quiet. Eventually I went up. Every step felt deliberate, like walking across ice you're not sure will hold. The bathroom door was closed again. I hadn't closed it. I was almost certain. I turned the knob slowly, expecting to hear something behind it, but there was nothing. No steam, no sound. Just a towel on the floor, damp again. This time it wasn't mine. It was the pale blue one we kept under the sink, the backup towel for guests. It hadn't been out yesterday. I stepped back into the hallway. The door to my bedroom was ajar. That was new. I had locked it. I know I had. I remember hearing the click, remember thinking it was the only lock in the house that made me feel safe. I pushed the door open. The room looked the same, mostly. Bed unmade. Clothes in a pile near the wardrobe. My desk covered in books and loose paper. Then I saw it on the pillow. A coin. Not mine. Not from anywhere I recognized. Old. Worn around the edges. Silver, with some faded design on one side. The other side was smooth, like it had been rubbed down flat. No date, no text. Just metal, I picked it up without thinking, then immediately regretted it. It was warm, not room temperature. Warm, like it had been in someone's pocket. I dropped it. It clinked on the floor and rolled into the gap under my dresser. I didn't try to retrieve it. I backed out of the room and closed the door. I didn't want to know what else might be in there. Instead, I went into my parents' room. I hadn't stepped foot in there all weekend. I felt weird even considering it, but part of me needed to know if someone had gotten in. Would they have gone in there too? The bed was made. Curtains slightly open. Drawers closed. But the wardrobe door on the left side was cracked open. I walked over, heart hammering now, and pulled it fully open. Their coats were there, undisturbed. Shoes neatly in a line on the floor. Except there was a pair I didn't recognize. Old trainers, worn out, with laces that had been cut short. They were muddy, the kind of caked-on dirt that doesn't come from a clean street. My parents are neat, obsessively neat, especially when it comes to shoes in their room. These didn't belong to them, and they weren't mine. I stepped back. Something shifted inside me then, something subtle but final. I no longer believed this was just someone passing through. This wasn't a random break-in or a prank. It wasn't about stealing or squatting or being creepy for the sake of it. This was intentional. They were leaving things behind, claiming space, marking it. I left the wardrobe open. I went back downstairs and made sure every door was locked again. I even dragged one of the kitchen chairs in front of the sunroom door. It wouldn't stop anyone, not really, but it made me feel like I was doing something. That afternoon I didn't leave the house, didn't call anyone. I sat on the floor of the living room with my back against the wall and tried to make sense of all of it. The shower, the towel, the toothbrush, the door, the coin, the shoes. It was like someone was piecing together a life that wasn't theirs, picking up where someone else left off, like they were rehearsing how to be me, or how to take up space in my life without being noticed. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I turned every light on in the house. I sat in the kitchen with a mug of cold tea and stared at the back door. And at 1:38 in the morning, the Ring camera went off again. Motion detected. I opened the app, watched the live feed. Nothing. Just the fence, the gravel, the garden. I waited. And at 1:40 exactly, the light triggered. For a second, just a flash of something movement behind the glass of the sunroom. Too fast to see clearly, but it was there. Then the camera cut out. Glitched. Then came back on. No movement. No sound. But the time stamp at the bottom, 1:41. And the back door was wide open. I didn't go outside. Not when the Ring camera came back on. Not when I saw the door wide open. I just sat there, phone in my hand, watching the live feed like it was going to explain something. But it didn't. There was no one there. No footsteps on the gravel. No voice. No shadow. not even wind. Just that door wide open when I had locked it tight. That was when I finally called someone. I rang my friend Kieran. He's the type who doesn't scare easily, which was exactly what I needed. I didn't want comfort. I wanted someone who'd look at the back door and the shower and the shoes in my parents' wardrobe and say, "Yeah, you're not losing it." He picked up on the second ring. I said, "I know it's late. Can you come over?" He asked why. I said, "I think someone's been in the house, not just once." There was silence. Then, "I'll be there in 20. And he was. He arrived just after 2, knocked on the front door with the kind of tap you use when you don't want to scare anyone. When I let him in, he didn't joke, didn't try to downplay it. He looked at me, looked around, and said, "Tell me everything." I walked him through it. Not in one big dramatic story, just small pieces one at a time, starting with the shower and ending with the door on the Ring camera just minutes earlier. He didn't interrupt, just listened. When I was done, he stood there for a second. Then he said, "Let's go room by room." So we did. We started upstairs. My room was exactly how I left it, except the coin was back on the pillow. I swear I didn't touch it. I had dropped it. It had rolled under the dresser. I hadn't gone near it since. Kieran picked it up. "What is this?" he asked. "I don't know." He turned it over in his hand, then frowned. "It's warm." "I know." He set it on the dresser and stepped back. In my parents' room, the shoes were gone. Just gone. The rest of the wardrobe was untouched, but the space where they had been was empty. I stared at it for a long time, trying to convince myself I had imagined it, but I hadn't. I remembered the way the mud looked, the laces, the weight of it in the air. I looked at Kieran. He said, "You're not crazy." I didn't say anything. We went downstairs, checked the back door. It was locked again, tight this time. Deadbolt turned fully. I hadn't touched it, and I knew Kieran hadn't. I was with him the entire time. That was the moment where I felt something shift inside me. Not fear, not even confusion. Something colder. Like a line had been crossed. Like whoever or whatever had been watching was starting to respond, to engage, not just walking through anymore, not just using the towel or brushing against the edges of my routine. Now it was reacting. Moving the coin. Removing the shoes. Opening and relocking doors. It wanted me to know. I sat down at the kitchen table, hands shaking without permission. Kieran made tea. Just like that, walked into my kitchen like we were still 17, like the past hour hadn't happened. He set the cup in front of me. Said, "You need to talk to it." I looked up. "What?" "Whatever this is, you need to acknowledge it." I shook my head. No way. But even as I said it, I could feel it, that pull, that pressure. He said, "You don't have to ask it questions. Just let it know you see it, that you know it's here." I didn't like the idea. Everything inside me screamed that attention was the last thing it wanted. But maybe he was right. Maybe ignoring it hadn't worked. So I stood in the middle of the kitchen, took a deep breath, and spoke. "If you're here," I said, I know you've been in this house. I know you used the bathroom. You touched my things. You left something behind. You've been watching." Nothing happened. The fridge buzzed, the heating clicked, but nothing else. I looked at Kieran. He shrugged. "Maybe that's it," he said. "Maybe that's all it wanted." And for a moment, I almost believed it. Until the lights flickered. Once. Then again. Then the bulb above the table went out completely. The rest of the house stayed lit. Just that one. Kieran looked up. "Well," he said, "that's one way to answer." I went to the fuse box, opened the panel. All the switches were fine. I flipped the kitchen light off, then back on. The bulb stayed dark. When I returned to the table, the coin was there, right in the middle of the table. Not the one from upstairs. A second one. Exactly the same. Same faded side, same smooth surface on the other. And it was wet. Not soaked, just damp, like it had been held in someone's mouth. I looked at Kieran. He looked at me. And then we both agreed we weren't sleeping there that night. We didn't sleep. Kieran stayed on the couch, his phone clutched in one hand like it was going to shield him from anything that came near. I paced between the kitchen and living room until sunrise, checking doors that I knew were locked, windows that hadn't moved, light switches that worked fine everywhere but the kitchen. We didn't talk much. There wasn't anything to say. By 8, I made us tea. Neither of us really drank it. That was when Kieran said what I had been avoiding since the start. "You need to tell your parents." I nodded. I knew he was right. I should have told them the minute the shower came on that first night. But I had talked myself out of it, convinced myself it would pass, that it wasn't serious, that it would just stop. But it hadn't. It had escalated, and now I had no idea what I was dealing with. So I picked up my phone and called my mom. She answered quickly, too quickly, like she was waiting. "Hey, love," she said, "everything all right?" I told her everything, not in pieces this time. All of it, from the first night to the coins, to the back door, to the flickering light. Her voice was steady the whole way through. A few hums, a few quiet acknowledgments, but no gasps or disbelief. When I finished, she didn't ask any questions. She just said, "Your dad's going to want to speak with you." She passed the phone. My dad's voice was low, like he had stepped into another room. He said, "We should have told you." That set something off in me. I stood up, heart suddenly racing. "Told me what?" There was a pause. Then he said, "It happened before, a long time ago, right after we moved in." I didn't speak. I didn't even breathe. He went on. "There were little things at first. Water running, doors open, items moved. We thought we were imagining it." I looked at Kieran. He had sat up now, listening. My dad continued, "Your mom heard someone walk up the stairs one night. I wasn't home. She swore she felt someone standing just outside the bedroom, but there was no one. "Why didn't you say anything?" I asked. "I didn't want to scare you," he said. "You were just a kid, and it stopped, or we thought it did." "What did you do?" "We changed the locks, put up the camera, made noise about it, acted like the house was full, like someone was always around, and then nothing for years." "You think it's a person?" He hesitated. I used to, but now I don't know. There are things that don't make sense." "Like what?" He lowered his voice again. "That coin, I've seen it." "What?" "Once. It was on the windowsill in the kitchen when we came back from a weekend away. I assumed it was yours. You were still in primary school, but your mom swore it wasn't." "Why didn't you throw it out?" "I did," he said. "That night. Put it in the bin." "And?" "The next morning, it was in my bedside drawer." That stopped me cold. "You're not joking?" I asked. I wish I was. I didn't know what to say. The idea that they had known something, anything, and kept it from me made my stomach turn. I looked down at the table where the second coin had been. It was gone now. Kieran hadn't touched it. I hadn't moved. It had just vanished. My dad sighed. "We'll come home. We'll be there tonight." I hung up not long after that, sat down, let everything settle in my head. Kieran said, "You all right?" I nodded, then shook my head. "They knew," I said. "This whole time, they knew." He didn't say anything, just looked around the kitchen like the walls were listening. Later that afternoon, I tried to keep busy. I cleaned, vacuumed, washed every dish in the house even if it didn't need it. Kieran offered to stay again, but I told him he didn't have to. He said he would anyway. By the time the sun started to set, my chest was tight with anticipation, like something was winding up, like the house was holding its breath again. Around 7, my parents arrived. They didn't come in with bags or hugs. My mom went straight to the hallway and started checking windows. My dad looked more tired than I had ever seen him. He hugged me but didn't say anything right away. Once we were all in the kitchen, I pulled the attic ladder down. We hadn't checked there. It had never occurred to me. The house didn't have a real attic, just one of those crawl spaces above the landing, filled with insulation and the usual holiday junk. But when I climbed up and clicked on the light, I saw something new. A piece of paper. Not old, not yellowed. Folded neatly with my name written on the outside. I opened it. Inside, in blocky, smudged handwriting, were 4 words. "You left the door." I climbed down from the attic with the note still in my hand. My name was written across the front in thick, almost childlike block letters. The message inside, "You left the door," kept repeating in my head like an echo I couldn't stop. My mom saw my face before I said anything. She asked, "What is it?" I handed her the paper. She read it once and said nothing, just pressed her lips into a line and passed it to my dad. He looked at it, then sat down hard in one of the kitchen chairs. My voice came out quieter than I meant it to. "What does it mean?" My dad didn't answer right away. He rubbed the back of his neck like the words were stuck somewhere in his spine. Finally, he said, "When we first moved in, we had trouble with the back door, You probably don't remember. You were small, still had night lights in every room. But for weeks, every night around the same time, the door would be open. I said, "Open how?" Unlocked, or ajar, or just swinging wide like someone had come through it and never closed it behind them. We changed the locks, got new latches, still happened. And you never told me? We didn't want to scare you. My mum spoke next, her voice flat. One night, your dad stayed up late, sat in the kitchen with a cup of tea, and waited for the time it always happened, around 1:40 in the morning, just like you said. I looked at him. He nodded. And? The door opened, he said, but no one was there. Not on the camera, not in the garden, just open. That was it. No ghost stories. No flickering shadows. Just a door that opened every night on its own, and a note that seemed to blame me for something I didn't understand. I sat down across from them. Kieran stood quietly in the corner, like he was trying not to interrupt a family conversation, but also couldn't quite bring himself to leave the room. I said, "What if it's not about a person?" They didn't look surprised, not anymore. My dad said, "We wondered. After it stopped, we told ourselves we imagined most of it, that it was just new house nerves, but now it was back. And it knew my name." We decided to stay the night, all four of us. My parents took their room. Kieran slept on the couch again. I stayed in mine, but I kept the lights on and my phone in my hand. At 1:35, I was wide awake, heart already racing, just waiting. I watched the clock tick past 1:40. Nothing. No sound. No footsteps. No shower. No door. I checked the Ring camera. No motion. No glitch. It was quiet. I stayed like that until 3, barely blinking, until sleep finally forced its way in. When I woke, it was bright again. I went downstairs and found everyone already in the kitchen. My mum was making eggs. My dad had his usual tea. Kieran looked like he hadn't slept at all. But nothing had happened. The note was still on the counter. The coin was gone again. That was the last time anything strange happened. We didn't talk about it again in detail. A few passing comments, sure. My dad bought another lock for the sunroom door. My mum saged the corners, even though she didn't believe in that sort of thing. Kieran stopped by less often, said he was busy. I knew it wasn't that. The house went quiet. A few months later, we sold it. No drama, no incident. We packed up like normal people, hired movers, signed the papers, handed off the keys to a couple from Belfast who thought it had charm and good bones. I never told them about the note, or the shower, or the door. And maybe that's wrong. Maybe I should have. But a part of me still thinks there's something about the house that doesn't like being named, like it thrives on attention, on fear, on someone acknowledging its presence. So I never gave it that satisfaction again. We moved to a newer house, one with clean walls, double glazing, no attic hatch hanging over the hallway. I kept waiting for something to start again, a noise, a cold spot, a trickle of water when it shouldn't be there. But nothing came. Life went back to normal. One night, maybe 4 months after the move, I went through an old box of books and found the original coin, the one from the pillow. It was still warm. I walked it outside, held it for a second, and then tossed it into the bin. It never came back. And that was the end of it. No big reveal. No final scare. Just a slow fading. Whatever was in that house, whether it was a presence or a memory or something that doesn't care about what we believe it stayed behind. It waited there, but not for me. This isn't the kind of thing I ever thought I'd write out, but it's been stuck in my head for weeks, and I'm starting to lose sleep over it. Maybe posting it will help me get it out. So I babysit sometimes, nothing formal, just extra cash for weekends when I'm not working. I've watched kids for neighbors, co-workers, even a few random Craigslist families when I was desperate. Never anything weird. Usually just cartoons, pizza, bedtime. This one was different. A friend of a friend recommended me to this couple in Toledo. Their usual sitter was out of town. It was just a one-time thing, Saturday night, 6 to midnight. Their daughter was 7, quiet, well-behaved, liked puzzles and princess stuff. That's what they told me over the phone. When I showed up, the mom answered the door. She looked tired in the way people with young kids do, not a mess, just stretched thin. The dad was in the background finishing dinner. The little girl, Sophie, was already in her pajamas, sitting at the kitchen table and coloring. The house was clean, too clean, honestly. Everything was neat. Nothing on the floors, couch pillows perfectly lined up, no dishes in the sink. I remember that because I kept thinking, this place looks staged, like they were trying to prove how normal they were. They gave me the usual rundown. She'd already eaten. Bedtime was 8. No screen time after 7. I nodded along, acting like I hadn't heard the exact same speech from every other parent in the universe. But then the mom hesitated. She leaned in a little and said, kind of quietly, "If she talks about her teeth, just play along. Don't ask too many questions." I think I blinked. Like, what? But she was already grabbing her purse. The dad handed me their number and said they'd be home around midnight, then they left. Sophie didn't say much at first. She was polite, not shy exactly, just soft, like her volume knob was stuck on low. We watched a cartoon. She showed me a puzzle she'd already finished 3 times. Then she asked to go to bed early. That surprised me. It wasn't even 7:30. But I figured, hey, easy money, right? So I helped her brush her teeth, walked her to her room, and tucked her in. That's when she said it. I was fluffing her blanket, and she just looked at me and said, "If I lose another tooth, he's allowed back in." She said it like it was a rule, like I should already know who he was. I laughed a little. "Who's allowed back in?" She shrugged and turned her face to the wall. "I don't know his name, but he waits." I didn't push it. Maybe that makes me a bad sitter. I don't know. I just smiled and said, "Well, no more teeth tonight, okay?" She didn't laugh, just pulled the blanket up to her ears and closed her eyes. I backed out of the room and sat on the couch for a bit, flipping through channels and texting my roommate. I told her the girl was kind of creepy, and we joked about the whole tooth thing. I even said, if I don't check in after midnight, assume I've been turned into a puppet made of baby teeth. Real funny, in hindsight. Everything was quiet for a while. Too quiet. Around 10, I heard a soft thump from Sophie's room. Not a crash. Just that low kind of bump you hear when a kid rolls over too hard and kicks the wall or something. I ignored it at first. But then I heard it again. Softer this time. Like a shuffle. I called out, "You okay, Soph?" No answer. I stood up and walked to her room. Door was slightly open. The lights were off, but the hallway lamp was bright enough to see by. She was asleep, or at least pretending to be. Her breathing was slow, steady, blanket up to her chin, same as before. I was about to walk away when I heard it again, but not from the bed, from underneath it. I crouched down and whispered, "Are you playing?" No response. I bent a little lower just to check. Didn't see anything at first. Then I noticed something tucked into the back corner, a glass jar, half buried under a blanket. I reached in and pulled it out. It was heavier than I expected. The jar was full of teeth. Not just a few. Dozens. All different shapes and sizes. Each one had a tiny tag on it like one of those sticker labels you'd use for a yard sale. Dates. Names. Written in shaky handwriting, some of the ink starting to fade. The top tooth said something like Madison, May 3rd. The one below it, Elliot, April 12th. I kept flipping the jar, my hands starting to sweat. And at the bottom, scratched into the glass, not written on a sticker, was my name. First and last. No middle. No date. Just me. That's when I heard the breathing. Not Sophie's. Something slower. Rougher. From under the bed, right behind me. I didn't look. Didn't think. I put the jar down and backed out of the room fast. Closed the door behind me and sat on the couch, heart pounding. I didn't go back in for the rest of the night. Didn't turn off the hallway light. Didn't blink unless I had to. When the parents came home, I didn't tell them anything. I just grabbed my bag and left. And now I keep waking up in the middle of the night with this weird pressure behind my gums, like something's getting ready to come loose. I didn't sleep when I got home that night. I turned on every light in my apartment. I don't know why. It wasn't like the thing under the bed was going to follow me through a lampshade, but it helped, sort of. I kept telling myself I imagined it, that the teeth weren't real, that maybe I misread the name on the glass, or maybe it was someone else with my name, a weird coincidence. But it didn't feel like a coincidence. It felt personal, like whoever put my name on that jar knew I'd see it, knew I'd check under the bed, like they were waiting for me to find it. And the breathing? That wasn't my imagination. I know what I heard. I had this tight feeling in my stomach all night, like I was forgetting something important, like a deadline had been moved up without warning. The next morning I told my roommate about it. I didn't mean to. I was just making coffee, still wide awake from the night before, and I said, "What would you do if a kid you were babysitting had a jar of baby teeth under the bed?" She gave me this look, part amused, part grossed out, and said, "Why would a kid have that?" I told her, not everything, just the basics. The weird bedtime comment, the jar, my name scratched on the glass. She laughed at first, thought I was making it up, but when she saw I wasn't joking, she stopped smiling. "Maybe it's just something the parents do," she said, "like a creepy family tradition." I wanted to believe that. I really did. But no parent collects dozens of labeled baby teeth and hides them under their kid's bed. And they definitely don't include a name that doesn't belong to their child. My roommate must have seen something shift in my face, because she changed the subject after that, kept it light, offered to grab lunch. I said no. I couldn't eat. My jaw hurt, not badly, just this low ache behind my back teeth, like pressure building. I went to the bathroom, opened my mouth, checked every tooth. They were fine. No blood. No movement. Just that steady, growing throb. I swore I wasn't going to go back to that house. But later that afternoon, I got a text from the mom. "Sophie asked if you could come again this weekend. She liked you. She doesn't usually like sitters." My stomach dropped. I didn't reply. Another message came through. "I'll pay double, just a few hours this time." I stared at the screen for a long time. And then I said yes. I don't know why. I told myself it was for closure, that I needed to prove to myself it was just a creepy moment and nothing more. But I think some part of me wanted to look again, wanted to see if the jar was still there, if the date had changed. It's like when someone tells you not to look in a mirror after midnight. You know you shouldn't, but some awful part of you wants to test it anyway. The second visit was weirder from the start. The parents were polite, but not warm this time. The dad barely looked at me. The mom kept checking the time. When I asked how Sophie was doing, the mom just said, "She's been quiet lately." Like that explained anything. They left 10 minutes later. Sophie was already in her room when I got there. She didn't come out to say hi. I figured I'd give her space, let her call for me if she needed anything. But around 7, I heard her voice. She was singing. Soft, quiet. Too quiet. I walked down the hallway and stopped just outside her door. The song didn't sound like anything I recognized. It didn't have a melody, more like a list being spoken in a sing-song way. And then I heard the words: Madison, May 3rd, Elliot, April 12th, Harper, August 2nd, me, October 10th. She kept going. Name, date, name, date. I couldn't move. Then she said my name. Clear, slow, deliberate, and after it, tomorrow. My throat went dry. I pushed the door open. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor, a little notebook in her lap, humming. The jar was gone. I asked her, "What's that song?" She looked up, blinked, and said, "It helps me remember." "Remember what?" who the teeth belonged to. I wanted to take the notebook from her. I really did. But I couldn't move my feet. Sophie closed the notebook gently and stood up. "He's hungry," she said, "and he's not very patient." I asked her who he was. She tilted her head like she didn't understand the question. Then she whispered, "He used to live in the walls, but now he lives under the bed." I didn't know what to say. My hands were shaking. She walked to the bed and crawled under the covers, like it was a normal bedtime, like nothing strange had happened at all. "I'll see you in the morning," she said. I stayed in her doorway for almost an hour after she fell asleep. And when I finally left her room, I locked the door behind me. I didn't care if it made me a bad babysitter. I just needed the night to end. But the ache in my jaw, it's worse now. And when I checked in the mirror, one of my molars is starting to wiggle. I didn't go to work the next day. Called in sick, which wasn't a lie. I hadn't slept. I'd checked that loose molar in the mirror probably 20 times, tapped it with my tongue, pressed on it with my fingertip. It wobbled more than the day before. It didn't hurt exactly, but I felt it every time I blinked. That sounds dramatic, but it's the only way I can explain it. Like my body was reminding me of it constantly, even when I wasn't thinking about it. I sat in my apartment all day, trying not to open a search tab. I didn't want to type "molar loose for no reason," or "jar of teeth with your name on it," or "what lives under beds and eats kids," because I already knew whatever answer I got wouldn't help. I needed to sit with it for a while. I needed to let it feel real. Around noon, I got a text from the mom. "Thank you for last night. Sophie slept through the whole night. That hasn't happened in weeks." I stared at the message for a long time. I didn't reply, not because I didn't know what to say. I just couldn't make myself type anything. I think I was afraid she'd respond instantly, like she was watching me type it in real time. That night, I didn't brush my teeth. I know that sounds gross. I just couldn't stand the thought of poking at them, of loosening that one any more than it already was. I slept with a scarf wrapped around the lower half of my face like that would stop anything from reaching my mouth. The dream I had was the worst one yet. I was back in that house, in Sophie's room, except it wasn't nighttime. It was the kind of dead gray light that happens before a storm. Everything was quiet, too quiet. And there was this sound under the bed, not breathing, not movement. Clicking, like small teeth knocking together in a glass jar. I looked under, and there were dozens of jars, hundreds, lined up like a pantry, all of them full, all of them labeled. Some had names scratched into the glass like mine, others had no names at all, just dates, and one of the jars was open. Empty. Waiting. When I woke up, I had blood in my mouth. I ran to the bathroom. The molar was still there, barely, hanging on by a thread. And on my tongue, a name. It was like I'd been trying to say it in the dream. I didn't recognize it, but it tasted like dust and iron and something older than I wanted to think about. I spit it out, washed my mouth with cold water until my lips went numb. That evening, I finally texted the mom back. I asked her directly, "What's with the tooth thing?" She didn't reply right away. About an hour later, I got a message back. Just this. It's something her grandmother started. Just a story. Don't worry about it. I called her. Straight to voicemail. I tried again. Same. I know what that means. People say don't worry about it when they know you absolutely should. I went out for a walk to clear my head. Ended up near a park without realizing how far I'd gone. There were kids playing on the swings, two parents chatting by a bench. I sat on the curb across the street and watched them for a bit, trying to remember what normal felt like. That's when I saw the man. He wasn't with anyone, just standing near the edge of the trees, not watching the kids, watching me. He looked homeless, layers of mismatched clothing, face hidden by a hat too big for his head. His posture was off, bent in a way that made him seem like he was always leaning forward, even when he stood still. He didn't move, not once. Just stood there, watching. I didn't stay. When I got home, I took a flashlight and checked under my own bed. There was nothing there. No jars, no blankets, no figures crawling along the wall. But there was something new. A single baby tooth. Clean. Shiny. Right in the middle of the floor. I picked it up without thinking. It was cold. And on the side of it, so small I almost missed it, was a name etched into the surface. Not mine. Sophie's. I dropped it. I didn't sleep that night. I just laid on my back, mouth closed, teeth clenched, eyes locked on the ceiling. At exactly 3:15 in the morning, I heard a voice whisper from under the bed. Not a full word. Just a name. My name. But not like someone calling me. Like someone tasting it. I didn't move when it said my name. I just stared at the ceiling and pretended I hadn't heard it, that maybe it was a dream or some half-sleep audio hallucination, like when the heater kicks on and your brain turns it into words. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that. It didn't say anything else, just that one word, said soft, like breath pressed through a crack in the floorboards. My name. I stayed in bed until the sun came up, and when I finally sat up and looked under nothing, no tooth, no jar, no voice, just dust and the stray sock I thought I'd lost 2 weeks ago. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Because it didn't matter that nothing was there. I still knew it had been. I called my dentist later that day, told them my back molar was loose and I needed to be seen. They fit me in around 4. I didn't tell them about the rest of it. What was I going to say? That I thought a little girl's imaginary monster was trying to rip my teeth out. The hygienist tapped around in my mouth, poked with her little metal hook, and then went quiet. The dentist came in next, did the same thing, quiet again. Then he asked, "Did you take a hit to the jaw recently?" I shook my head. "Have you been grinding your teeth at night?" "No," I said, "not that I know of." He sat back and looked at the screen. "Your molar's detaching from the root. It's not infected, but it's definitely not secure. We can pull it, or we can wait and see if it resets. But honestly," he shrugged, "it's gonna come out either way." I scheduled the extraction. Tomorrow at 3. which wouldn't be weird, except the jar under Sophie's bed had tomorrow's date on it. I walked home slower than usual, took the long way, looping through neighborhoods I didn't know, watching the sky get darker in this way that didn't feel natural. Not sunset, dark shadow dark. Like something leaning over everything. At one point I passed a parked car with a dusty window. I caught my reflection and nearly jumped. Not because I looked weird, but because someone else was standing behind me. When I turned around, no one was there. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I didn't want to, because I couldn't. Every time I started to drift off, I felt a pull, not physical, mental, like something was waiting for me in the dark, not to scare me, just to be closer. I finally gave up around 2 a.m. and went to the kitchen. Made toast. Ate half of it. Left the plate in the sink. When I came back to my room, the sock that had been under the bed earlier was on my pillow. Folded. Like someone wanted to let me know they'd been there again, but didn't want to scare me. Like a gift. That was worse than anything else. The idea that whatever this was wasn't trying to hurt me. It was trying to belong. I went back to Sophie's house the next day. I didn't plan to. I just found myself walking in that direction. It was around noon. The front yard was empty. No cars in the driveway. I knocked. No answer. I tried the door. It was unlocked. I stepped inside and called out. No response. The living room looked the same, still too clean, still that sense that everything had been placed instead of lived in. I walked down the hall to Sophie's room. The door was open. She wasn't there. The bed was made. No sign of her notebook, no toys out, no clothes on the floor. And underneath, the jar was back. Exactly where it had been the first time. I pulled it out with shaking hands. Same teeth. Same tags. And at the bottom, my name. Next to it, the new date. Today. I picked it up and saw something I hadn't noticed before. Scratched along the bottom edge of the glass, hidden unless you turned it just right. Promised, paid, returned. I didn't know what that meant. Not until I saw the door across the hall. Sophie's closet. It was open. Not wide, just enough to see that something was inside. Not movement, not a shape. Just a flicker. Like breath behind plastic. I didn't go near it. I put the jar back and left the room. The front door clicked shut behind me without me touching it. I didn't go to the dentist. I canceled the appointment because I knew what would happen if I let them pull the tooth. It would go missing, and the jar would be complete, and whatever was in the closet would be allowed back in. I don't want to be part of that deal, even if I'm already in it. I didn't tell anyone I went back to the house. I didn't tell my roommate, or my mom when she called, or May when she texted to ask if I was still alive. I started typing out a reply to her, then deleted it. Because what do you even say? Hey, remember that babysitting job I took? I think something under the bed is trading in children's teeth like currency. No way to make that sound sane. That night, I slept on the couch. Lights on. TV playing low. I didn't go into my room, didn't want to see the bed, didn't want to see what might have crawled out from underneath it while I was gone. Somewhere around 3 in the morning, I woke up with the taste of metal in my mouth. I sat up, heart already going, tongue pressing against that back molar. Still there, but looser. I went to the bathroom and spit into the sink. There was a streak of red in the foam. I didn't look too long. I just rinsed, turned off the light, and sat back down on the couch like that would stop anything from getting closer. Around 4, I heard footsteps. Not inside. Outside my apartment. Soft, slow. Coming down the hallway. They stopped outside my door. No knock. Just silence. And then something slid under the door. A folded scrap of paper. I stared at it for a while before picking it up. There was one word on it. Tomorrow. I didn't open the door. Didn't move. Just sat there with the paper in my lap like it was radioactive. The next morning, I found another baby tooth. This time in the fridge, on top of my eggs. Same handwriting scratched into it. Sophie. I called the number the mom had given me. This time, it rang. She picked up on the 3rd try. Sounded tired, shaky. I didn't give her a chance to talk first. I said, "What did you give it?" She didn't say anything. I asked again, "What did you give it to make it stop?" She finally answered, "I didn't give it anything." There was a pause. Her grandmother did, a long time ago, before I was born. I asked, "What is it?" Another pause, longer this time. Then, "It's old." That was all she gave me. Then she said, "Sophie's safe, that's all that matters," and hung up. I stared at the phone like I expected it to ring again. It didn't. I didn't go outside that day. Didn't check the mail. Didn't eat. I kept trying to feel the tooth with my tongue and kept stopping myself, like poking it would invite something to finally pull it loose. Around 6 p.m., the power went out. Not the whole building. Just my apartment. I could see lights on through the window, could hear someone's TV upstairs. But mine. Dead. I sat in the dark with my back to the wall, flashlight in hand, waiting for the sun to fully disappear. When it did, the apartment got heavy. Air thicker, warmer, almost humid. Like something breathing slow in the corner of the room. I turned on the flashlight, shined it under the couch. Nothing. Under the table. Nothing. Then the light flickered. Not out, just dimmed, like the batteries were draining too fast. And I felt it again. The voice. Not loud, not in my ears. In my chest. Like a heartbeat that wasn't mine. It said, almost. That was it. Just that one word. I didn't sleep. I waited. At midnight, the lights came back on. TV turned on by itself, volume low, playing something static and slow, like an old cartoon warped on tape. I turned it off. Then I opened my mouth in the mirror. The molar was gone. No blood. No gap. Just smooth gum, already healed over. Like it had never been there. I opened my hands. I was holding the tooth. Not sure when I picked it up. Not sure where it came from. I set it down on the counter, walked back to the couch, and sat, and waited for the knock. It came at exactly 3:15. Soft. Just one. I didn't move, didn't speak. But the door opened anyway. Slow. Careful. And something stepped inside. It stepped inside like it had done it before. Not fast, not loud. Just one foot, then the other, like it already knew the layout of the room. I didn't move. I didn't scream. I just watched. I can't tell you what it looked like, not exactly. I didn't see a face. I didn't see clothes. It wasn't a shape, more like a fold in the dark, a gap between the light and the floor. Something that didn't make sense, but didn't need to. The only thing I could really see, the only thing I remember clearly was the hand. It held out a jar. Glass, familiar, heavy. My name scratched into the bottom. The tooth inside. Just one. Mine. I didn't take it. It didn't offer it. It just stood there holding it, like a reminder, like a receipt. And then it set the jar down on the table, turned toward the hallway, and walked into my bedroom. No sound. No weight. But I felt it. The whole apartment shifted slightly, like it was no longer mine. I stayed on the couch until the sun came up. When I finally went to my room, it was empty. No footprints. No signs of anything disturbed. But I knew it had been there. I could feel it in the floorboards, in the sheets, in the way the bed didn't creak when I sat on it, like it had already adjusted to something else sleeping there. I checked under the bed. Nothing. No jars. No teeth. No breathing. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Because I knew this wasn't about what was there. It was about what had been taken. The jar stayed on my table for 2 more days. I didn't touch it. I didn't throw it away. I just let it sit there, watching. On the 3rd morning, it was gone. No sound. No door opening. Just gone. Like it had finished something. And me? I started eating again. Started sleeping. I even went back to work. Life didn't go back to normal, exactly, but it picked itself up. I checked my mouth in the mirror once a day for a week. No changes, no new aches, no missing pieces. My teeth felt like mine again. I still wake up at 3:15 sometimes. Not from noise. Just alert. Like my body remembers. But there's never anyone there. I haven't heard from the family. No texts. No calls. No more offers. Sophie's number is disconnected. The last time I walked past that house, the windows were empty. No lights, no car. just a for sale sign leaning sideways in the yard. I didn't stop, didn't even slow down, because I finally understood what happened. That thing, it wasn't just haunting her. It wasn't following me. It was being fed. Not blood, not bodies, just a tooth. Just one small piece of someone, freely given or quietly taken. A token. And once it had it, once your name was marked and the jar was full, it didn't need anything else. It didn't want more. It just wanted to keep what it collected. It wasn't cruel. It wasn't violent. It was patient. Old. Hungry in a way that didn't mean pain, just presence. It wanted a place at the table, a space in the wall, a whisper in the dark. And now it has that. I still have dreams. Sometimes I'm back in Sophie's room. Sometimes it's my room, just older, dustier. And under the bed, there's always something breathing. Not scary, not threatening. Just breathing, like it's waiting. And in the dream, I always reach under the bed, and I always find the jar. And inside it, the tooth is gone. But the space is still there, ready for another. This is going to sound fake. I know that. If I were reading this, I'd think someone was messing around or making up office creepypasta. But I'm not here to impress anyone. I'm writing this down because I need to get it out of my head. Like if I don't document it, it'll keep slipping, like it already has. I work in one of those bleak mid-size offices you only see in the back corners of cities. Not downtown, not flashy, just 3 floors of beige hallways and break rooms that smell like burnt coffee and anxiety. We process insurance claims, that's all. I've been here for 5 years. Same cubicle, same terrible chair, same 4 co-workers in my row. We never switch desks. You know how some offices do that hot desk thing where you float around? We're not like that. Everything's fixed. So when I say there was a guy in the cubicle next to me, I mean that literally. He was always there. Always. His name was Jim. I didn't know his last name. I don't think anyone did. He was the quiet type, nodded when you said hi. Didn't join in on office birthdays or bagel Fridays, but he wasn't rude. He always wore a red tie. Not bright red, more like that faded maroon color. Same one every day. I think he must have had 5 of the same tie. It became kind of his thing. Red tie, brown folder, black coffee, always black, no sugar, no milk. Just poured straight from the break room pot into a chipped white mug that said number 1 something. I could never read the rest because the glaze was cracked. Every morning he got in before me. That's saying something because I'm usually here by 7:15. He'd already be sitting down, typing quietly, face blank, screens already lit. I asked him once how early he got in, and he just shrugged. Said he liked the quiet before the phones started ringing. And then yesterday, he was gone. I didn't think much of it at first. People take sick days. But something about the silence from his cubicle felt different, wrong somehow, like the shape of the room had changed. It's hard to explain. the kind of quiet that feels deliberate. At 10:30, I asked Janice, she sits 2 rows behind me, if she'd seen Jim this morning. She blinked at me like I'd asked her if she believed in ghosts. "Who?" she said. "Jim," I repeated. "Cubicle to the right of mine, red tie, quiet guy." She tilted her head like she was trying to place it, then shook her head. "I think you mean Rick. You sit next to Rick." I laughed a little, waiting for her to smile. She didn't, and she was dead serious. "There is no Rick in our row. There has never been a Rick." I got up and walked the floor, asked 2 more people. Same thing, blank stares. One guy said, "Are you thinking of someone from another floor?" I told him I'd sat next to Jim for 5 years, that we started around the same time, that we shared a desktop printer, that Jim once let me borrow his space heater in the winter when the vents were busted. Nobody knew what I was talking about. So I went back to the cubicle, and it was empty. I don't mean someone's out for the day empty. I mean no computer, no monitor, no chair, no lamp, no desk calendar. Just dust rings on the floor and a lone Ethernet cable snaked against the wall, unplugged. I checked my own drawer, thinking maybe I had something, a post-it note from Jim, a pen he lent me, something to prove he existed. That's when I found the note. It was in my top drawer, under a stack of forms. I didn't put it there. It wasn't folded. Just sitting there like it had been dropped in last second. In thick, uneven handwriting it said, "Don't ask about me. They'll notice you next." No signature, no punctuation. The ink looked smudged, like whoever wrote it did it in a hurry or with shaky hands. I stared at it for probably 5 full minutes. I haven't told anyone about it. I don't know who I'd even tell. HR? The police? I feel like if I say the words out loud, something will shift. Like I'll cross a line I can't uncross. Because here's the thing, the cubicle Jim sat in, it's not in our seating chart. I checked the printed map we all get during onboarding. Every desk is labeled. Mine is B12. Janice is B14. B13, Jim's desk, is just listed as spare, but it's not a spare desk. It was his. I saw him at it every day. I heard him typing. I heard him clearing his throat. I've passed him coffee creamer during our 3 p.m. lull. And now it's like he never existed. I looked through my work inbox. No emails from him. I swear we exchanged at least 5 or 6 password resets, printer jams, calendar stuff, all gone. His name isn't in the directory, not first or last. And when I asked IT if I could submit a ticket on behalf of the person who sat next to me, the guy gave me a weird look. "There's no active user assigned to that port," he said. "Nobody's logged in there since last summer." That doesn't make sense. I saw Jim yesterday morning. Or at least, I thought I did. I don't know what this is. A glitch? A prank? A nervous breakdown on my end? But when I came in this morning, I swear the air smelled like his coffee. That same burned, bitter edge that only happens when you let it sit too long on the burner. And I keep catching something out of the corner of my eye, a shape, right in the space where his cubicle used to be. I haven't thrown the note away. I keep it in my jacket pocket, and I'm not asking anyone else about him. Not yet. I laid in bed with the light on, fully dressed, like some part of me expected to get pulled back into the office. Or, like I was afraid if I closed my eyes too long, I'd wake up and the apartment would be gone too. That's how off everything feels now. Like the world is made of layers, and one of them just shifted a little too far out of alignment. I kept checking the sticky note in my pocket. Don't ask about me, they'll notice you next. The handwriting still looked uneven, left leaning, a little shaky. I kept trying to picture Jim writing it, hunched over his desk, glancing over his shoulder. The part I can't get past is how it ended up in my drawer. I didn't see him the day before he disappeared. At least, I don't think I did, but maybe that's the point. Maybe he was already fading. This morning, I told myself I wasn't going to look for more clues. I was going to show up, do my work, keep my head down, no questions, no notes. Just finish my shift and go home. Pretend I never knew Jim, but that lasted maybe half an hour. The silence in that part of the floor is different now. It's not the usual office quiet where you can still hear typing and low phone calls. It's deeper, more hollow, like the sound just doesn't land right. I started noticing little things, like the cubicle wall next to mine, the one that used to separate my space from Jim's. It's slightly warped now, like it was taken down and reinstalled wrong. And there's this tiny ripple in the carpet where his chair used to roll back and forth. Nobody seems to see it. Around 10, I pretended I needed to fix my printer settings and walked past HR. I looked through the frosted glass at their little corkboard. That's where they post birthdays and anniversaries and welcome signs for new hires. The board was clean, too clean, like it had been wiped. I could have sworn Jim's 5-year anniversary had been listed there just a few weeks ago. But now, the pins are all in odd places, like something was ripped down in a rush. I didn't go inside. I was too scared someone would see me looking, and I don't know what I'd say if they asked what I was looking for. Back at my desk, I opened our internal directory again, typed Jim into the employee search. Still nothing, not even a list of terminated employees. I typed in his full name, or what I thought was his full name. I wasn't even sure anymore. It's like my brain's already starting to file him under dream. Around lunch, I noticed another thing that shook me more than I expected. There's a coat rack at the end of our row. It's built into the wall. Kind of an ugly thing, beige metal. 3 hooks, never fully straight. Every day, Jim used to hang his coat there. Same charcoal jacket, a little too tight in the shoulders. I know, because it used to brush against mine when we both arrived early. Today, the rack was gone. Not empty. Gone. The wall where it used to be was patched and painted over, badly, like someone did it in a rush with the wrong shade of beige. You can still see where the screws used to go, 4 faint holes like pinpricks. When I asked maintenance about it, the guy just looked at me and said, "What rack?" And I swear he meant it. He wasn't being sarcastic. He genuinely didn't know what I was talking about. That's when I started watching other people more closely. Just little things. How they moved through the office, who they nodded to, what names they dropped in conversation. Most of them avoided the space beside my cubicle completely. They'd circle around it, like it wasn't there. A few glanced at it, confused, like they expected something else. But none of them stopped. Then around 3 in the afternoon I noticed something else. The guy 2 rows down, Marcus, his phone rang. He answered it with his usual claims and billing, Marcus speaking. Then he paused, and I saw it, just for a second. This flicker of confusion in his face. Like he didn't recognize the voice on the other end. He kept nodding, saying, "Uh-huh." But his eyes were scanning the room, like he was looking for someone who wasn't there anymore. Then he hung up, looked around, and his expression was completely blank, like he had already forgotten the call. I waited until he went to the restroom and checked his phone. The display showed no recent calls. That's when I realized it's not just about Jim. Something's spreading. I remembered what the note said. They'll notice you next. I don't know who they are, but I think noticing is the trigger. Like attention feeds whatever this is. The more you remember, the more you ask, the more the edges of reality start to give. I think that's what happened to Jim. He must have known something, or seen someone else disappear, and he tried to hold on to it too long, tried to push back. And the system, the building, the floor, whatever corrected itself. I think this place is erasing people. Not killing. Not relocating. Just removing. And once they're gone, it rearranges itself to fit the new reality. Cubicle layouts shift, calendar entries vanish, even memories start to feel like guesses. I don't know how far this goes, or how many people it's happened to already, but I'm starting to feel it creeping toward me. Little things. My badge glitched at the door this morning. Said access denied for half a second before unlocking. My nameplate was crooked when I got in. I never leave it like that. And just now, as I was finishing this, the sticky note is missing from my pocket. I didn't drop it. I checked the floor. I checked my jacket. Gone. The air feels heavier now, like the office is watching me breathe. I left work early that day. I didn't ask. I just stood up, walked toward the elevators, and told myself if anyone stopped me, I'd pretend I was going to a meeting, but no one looked up. No one asked anything. The receptionist at the front desk didn't even blink. It was like I had already started to become invisible, and nobody cared. That was somehow worse than being confronted. I didn't go straight home. I sat in my car with the engine running, and just stared at the building through the windshield. I watched the windows of my floor, wondering if I'd see a flicker of movement, some small sign that the thing in that office knew I was trying to stay ahead of it. There was nothing. The weird part was, even though I should have been panicking, my head felt blank, like the fear had turned into something heavier, something tired. I didn't want to solve it. I just wanted to survive it. I knew if I went home and started Googling weird memory gaps or workplace disappearances, it would all unravel faster. So I made myself stop, just tried to breathe. I drove to a diner on the edge of town and sat there with a coffee for 2 hours. I watched people come in and out, normal people doing normal things. I felt like I was underwater, watching a world that didn't know it was thinning at the edges. When I finally went home, I checked everything in my apartment. Nothing missing, No notes, no signs of entry, but my calendar app had changed. An event I didn't recognize was there, review prep with Marcus, listed for 3 in the afternoon that day. I hadn't had a meeting. I hadn't spoken to Marcus at all. But now it was showing as completed, with a little check mark. I tapped it to open more details, and the app crashed. I opened it again, and the event was gone. Not moved, not archived, just gone. I sat there for 20 straight minutes, staring at my screen, willing the event to come back. It didn't. The next morning at work, I noticed Marcus wasn't in yet. I waited. He always gets there before 9. 9:15, nothing. 10 o'clock, his desk was empty. But his stuff was still there. Jacket on the back of the chair, coffee mug with the chip on the handle, notepad open with some numbers scribbled across it. That made my stomach twist, because it meant the process hadn't finished with him yet. He wasn't erased, not completely, just paused. I looked around to see if anyone else noticed. They didn't. In fact, one guy even said, "Hey, anyone seen Dennis?" I blinked. "You mean Marcus?" He frowned. "No, Dennis." Tall guy, brown hair, sits next to the copier. There is no Dennis on our floor. I checked the internal directory again, no Marcus. But now, suddenly, there was a Dennis H. listed under our department. I clicked on the name. The profile had one line. Started 3 months ago. Billing analyst. I leaned back and stared at the ceiling tiles. It was happening again. And this time I was watching it in real time. Marcus had been wiped and replaced, and no one knew it except me. Around noon I checked his desk again. Now the jacket was gone, the mug was gone, his chair was pushed in, the monitor was dark, the notepad was clean, not a single pen in the cup holder. Like it had never been used. I stood there too long and someone passed behind me and asked, looking for a seat. I shook my head and mumbled something about printer access. My voice didn't sound right, like it belonged to someone else. I spent the rest of the day trying not to blink, trying not to forget. I wrote Marcus's name on my palm with a pen, just one word, Marcus, over and over. But the ink kept smearing. By 3, it was just a blur. My hands were clean, but the name was gone. I started to wonder if I had made him up too, if Jim had been the first stage, and Marcus was the second, and I was next. At 4:30, I heard a whisper. Not in my ear, not behind me, from inside the cubicle where Jim used to sit. It was faint, barely more than breath, but it said my name. Not loud, not urgent, just present. I didn't move. I stared at my screen and held still like a kid hiding from something in the dark. The whisper didn't come again, but the temperature dropped, just slightly, like a cold breath had passed through that space. I left exactly on time. Not early, not late, just at 5 o'clock sharp. I didn't say goodbye to anyone, didn't lock my drawer, just walked straight out. Again, no one looked at me. When I got home, I checked my voicemail. 1 missed call. Unknown number. The message was 2 seconds long. No words, just the sound of quiet breathing. Not heavy, not threatening, just there, like someone was standing nearby, waiting for me to speak first. I deleted it. Then I checked the one photo I had on my phone of the office. It was from a birthday last year. Janice brought cupcakes and made everyone pose. Jim was in that photo. I remember clearly because he stood all the way at the edge, half turned, awkward but smiling. I pulled it up. He wasn't there. Everyone else was. Same background, same cupcakes, same lighting. But the far right edge of the photo was empty space, like someone had been cut out perfectly. No glitch, no blur, just a clean absence, as if the space had always been like that. I didn't sleep that night either. I kept the lights on again. I kept the closet door shut, even though I never do. And when I closed my eyes, I swear I heard typing. Not in my apartment, from somewhere else, but close enough to hear. I didn't want to go back the next day, but skipping work wasn't something I ever did. It would draw attention, and attention, I was starting to realize, was the one thing I couldn't afford anymore. That seemed to be how this thing worked. It didn't come for people screaming in the middle of the office. It came for the quiet ones, the ones who noticed too much and said too little. The ones who hovered right on the edge of remembering. I walked in right at 7:50, the same time I always did. The elevator was empty. The hallway smelled the same stale coffee, carpet glue, and printer ink. Nothing looked different at first. But when I turned the corner and saw our row of cubicles, I knew something was off again. The lighting was colder, maybe not visibly dimmer, but it felt harsher, like someone had replaced the bulbs with copies that weren't quite right. The color was just a little too flat. My desk was untouched. That's what scared me the most. Everything was exactly the way I had left it. Keyboard tilted slightly, second monitor unplugged because it kept shorting out. But I noticed something strange under the edge of my desk. The carpet was cleaner than the rest, a perfect rectangle of newer fibers, like something had been sitting there until recently. A chair, maybe, or a bag. I checked under the desk and felt around, even though I already knew nothing would be there. At 9:15, the phones started ringing, but only some of them. Ours never rang much anyway, but now the sound was thinner, like half the office wasn't calling out anymore. Like the people on the other end of the line had started disappearing too. Janice didn't show up for work that day. No one mentioned her. Not even once. I stood near the break room and waited to hear someone say her name, but all I got were a few passing conversations about reports and deadlines and someone from payroll moving offices. Nobody said her name. I checked her cubicle. It was still full: coffee mug, paper clips, a little cactus she always said she forgot to water, but her photo was missing. The one she kept pinned to the felt wall, her and her dog, back when he was still alive. It had been there every day for years. Now the pin was still in place, but the photo was gone. I asked a guy from accounting if he'd seen Janice. He said Janice, and just repeated the word back to me like it was a question he didn't quite understand. Janice, I said again. Sits by the copier. Usually wears those green earrings. He blinked. You mean, Carol? I just nodded. That was the safest thing now. Nod, and move on. Carol is not a real person. She's a placeholder. So was Dennis. So was whatever name comes next. I went back to my desk and started writing everything down by hand. No typing, no emails, just a notebook. I wrote Jim's name, then Marcus, then Janice. I wrote down everything I could remember about each one, the way Jim's chair used to squeak when he leaned back. The gum Marcus used to chew even though it was against policy. The little hum Janice made when she was focusing not a song, just a low sound in her throat, barely audible. I filled 6 pages. I kept the notebook in my coat pocket. Not my drawer, not my locker, on me. At 12:30, the cafeteria was quiet. Usually there's some noise trays, microwaves, the hiss of the coffee machine. But today it felt like walking into a rehearsal space after everyone packed up. The vending machines were lit, but not humming. There was a sandwich in one of the racks that looked familiar, like the same one that had been there the day before, and maybe the day before that. I sat down with my packed lunch, which I hadn't packed. That part messed with me more than I want to admit. I didn't bring anything from home that morning. But at noon, there was a plastic container in my bag. Turkey sandwich, mustard, exactly the way I used to make it when I still cared enough to prep lunches. But I hadn't made this one, not recently. The bread was too dry, like it had been sitting in a fridge for a while. I didn't eat it. I threw it in the trash and walked out. When I got back to my desk, the cactus from Janice's cubicle was now on mine. No one saw it happen. No one else noticed. It was just there. Same chipped pot, same slightly tilted soil, same faint scent of decay. I didn't touch it. I didn't move it. I just wrote down another note in my book. The more I write, the more I remember. That's the only thing I've found that works. Everything digital gets wiped. My phone camera stopped working this morning. Not broken. It just won't open the app. The memory fills up, then empties itself. Even my contacts are starting to shift. Names I don't recognize, people I never met. I called one number by accident, one that used to belong to my sister, and a man answered, not just any man, a man who knew my name. And when I asked who he was, he said, "You're almost out of order." I hung up. I threw the phone in the trash behind the building. I didn't even watch it fall. I just turned and walked away. I don't know how much time I have. I can feel the edges getting thinner. Words start to stutter when I talk too fast, like the air around me can't keep up. I saw my reflection in the monitor go dim today, not shut off, just dim, and my reflection didn't blink when I did. I think the building is absorbing us, not the company. The place itself, the cubicles, the walls, the old carpets with their chemical-smelling fibers, it's all part of it. And the ones who ask questions first, they get noticed. And when they get noticed, they go quiet. The lights flickered again this morning, only in our row, just for a second, enough to make the bulbs blink and reset the monitors. I waited for someone to comment, maybe a joke about the building falling apart, but no one said anything. I glanced over at the cubicle across from me and realized it was empty. I used to know who sat there. The name's on the tip of my tongue, but when I try to focus on it, it slips sideways like a word in a dream. I remember the person's laugh, that's all. A short, sharp sound like they were always halfway to choking on it. But their desk is gone now. Not just empty gone. The cubicle wall is there, but the inside is bare. Carpet flattened, cable unplugged, nothing to mark anyone was ever there. The cactus moved again. It's on my desk now, not just next to the monitor, right in front of the keyboard, sitting like a warning or a placeholder. I tried to move it once, just to push it to the side, but my hand froze halfway there. My fingers curled without touching it. I can't explain why. It's like something in my body refused. I spent most of the morning avoiding eye contact with anyone. There are fewer people now. The floor used to feel comfortably busy. That low drone of typing, phone calls, the occasional throat clear or laugh. Now it's hollow. Every noise feels isolated. Every conversation feels like the last one of the day. Around 10:30, I went looking for old files. There's a storage room near the copy center. Hardly anyone uses it anymore since everything went digital. But I remembered that HR used to keep backup records in there. I pretended I was looking for toner and slipped inside. It was cold, colder than I expected, like the air hadn't moved in weeks. Dust layered across the shelves, boxes lined up neatly but unlabeled. I started flipping through them. Most were filled with outdated training binders and payroll slips from more than a decade ago. But in the back, under a stack of discarded nameplates, I found a folder. No name. Just a deep scratch across the cover like it had been dragged against concrete. Inside were printouts of ID photos, all black and white, all slightly out of focus, dozens of them, some familiar, some not. I recognized Jim, I recognized Marcus, I even saw Janice, her head turned slightly to the side like the camera caught her off guard. At the bottom of the stack was a single page of typed notes. I copied it into my notebook word for word. I don't know why. Maybe because I knew it wouldn't last if I didn't. The page said, Stage 4 initiated. Memory saturation confirmed. Targets reverting to placeholders. Primary observer still active. Proceed with caution. System compensating. That was all. No names, no signature, just those lines, like someone had been tracking this from the beginning. I didn't hear anyone come in, but when I looked up, the door was closing. I left the room without checking the hallway, just walked back to my desk, sat down, and stared at the cactus. It looked different, like it had grown, just slightly. The base was wider. A small crack in the pot hadn't been there before. I checked my email. Nothing, no meetings, no assignments. Just one flagged message that read, Reminder, your orientation is scheduled for tomorrow. That makes no sense. I have worked here for 5 years. There is no orientation. Not for me. I clicked the message. It was empty. Just white space. Then the screen blinked and the email was gone. That afternoon, someone new sat in the cubicle next to me. I didn't hear them arrive. Just looked up, and they were there. Young, maybe late 20s, plain dress shirt, no jacket, clean face, no expression, typing steadily, no hesitation. I leaned over slowly, trying not to seem obvious. "Hey," I said. The person looked up, not startled, just mildly curious. "Do you know who was here before you?" They tilted their head. "I've always been here." They smiled, but their eyes didn't match the smile. Something in their face didn't move right. "What's your name?" I asked. They paused, then said, "I'm Jim." I didn't respond. I just stared at them until they turned back to their screen. That wasn't Jim. It wasn't even close. But the name was the right one, the first one I remembered disappearing. This thing, whatever it is, it's starting to recycle, filling spaces with something close enough to pass until no one questions it, replacing memory with suggestion, swapping people with placeholders. I don't think I have much time left. I can feel the edges starting to blur. The words on this page look slightly off, not the spelling, the letters themselves, like the font is subtly changing, one letter at a time. Like it's trying to convince me I made them up. Tomorrow's the day, I think. Orientation. That's what the message said. I don't know what that means. But I think it's the end, or the start of something worse. I got up early this morning, not because I had to. I didn't sleep. I haven't, really, in days, not in the way that counts. I keep drifting off for seconds at a time, long blinks where the room looks different when my eyes open. My bedroom ceiling creaks like something's breathing behind it. I leave the lights on now, not because I'm scared of the dark, but because I'm afraid of waking up and not recognizing the shape of things anymore. When I stepped outside, the sky looked thinner than usual. Not gray, not overcast, just faded, like the blue had been washed out and stretched too far across the sky. It reminded me of the old computer wallpapers from a decade ago, the ones that looked realistic until you stared too long and noticed they were fake. I stood there for a few minutes, looking up, and I thought, this is what the edge looks like. The office lobby smelled the same. Disinfectant, coffee that had been burning on the warmer since 6 in the morning, paper that had been stored too long in sealed boxes. The security guard nodded at me like he always did, but he didn't say anything. I didn't say anything either. I don't think his name exists anymore. I know it used to, but it's gone now. Not on his badge, not in my head, just gone. When I got to my floor, I walked past the desk where Janice used to sit. Now it belongs to someone else. A man in a navy sweater with no name tag. He doesn't look up. He types steadily, hands never stopping. I keep walking. The cubicle next to mine is empty again. No chair, no monitor, no cactus. That's how I know it's today. My calendar says orientation, just that word. No time, no details. I didn't add it. I don't know who did, but I'm not going to ignore it. If I have to disappear, I want to see how it happens. At 9:30, the elevator dings. It shouldn't. No one ever comes up to this floor that late. Anyone who works here is already in by then. Anyone who doesn't shouldn't be here. But the door opens, and someone steps out. A man in a gray suit, clean-shaven, maybe in his 40s. I've never seen him before, but he walks like he belongs here. He doesn't look left or right. He walks straight toward me. And when he reaches my cubicle, he doesn't speak. He just places a small white envelope on my keyboard and walks away. I wait until he's gone. Then I open it. Inside is a card, plain, no logo, just one sentence typed neatly in the center. You are ready. I put the card in my notebook. I don't need to pack anything. There's nothing to take with me. I walk down the hallway past rows of cubicles that feel too quiet. I don't hear phones ringing anymore. I don't hear keyboards. Just the sound of the lights buzzing faintly and the air vents clicking on and off. I pass the copier room. The light is off. The smell of toner is strong, stronger than usual, like the machine has been running non-stop even though no one uses it anymore. I reach the end of the hall. There's a door there now. I've never seen it before. It's painted the same color as the walls, that washed out beige that's supposed to look clean but always feels a little sickly. The handle is metal, cool to the touch. I pause, hand hovering just above it. For a second, I think about leaving, just turning around, walking out, and never coming back. But then I hear a voice behind me. It says my name. Not loud, not aggressive, just patient. I don't turn around. I open the door and step through. It's not what I expected. No machines, no control room, no glowing lights or rows of screens. Just a small office, desk, chair, another chair across from it, a single plant in the corner, fluorescent lights overhead, and sitting behind the desk, Jim. Or someone wearing Jim's face. He looks up and smiles. Not forced, not cruel, just calm. Have a seat, he says. I sit. You've done well, he says. You remembered. I want to ask what that means. I want to ask who he is, what this place is, why people vanish, but I don't. Because I already know. It's not about answers. It's about replacement. You'll be moved to the other side, he says. You'll sit in the next row, the ones behind the copy room. I nod. He hands me a nameplate. It has a different name on it. Not mine. But it still feels like me. That's how I know I'm ready. I stand, walk back out. Everything feels easier now. Lighter. When I reach my new desk, someone else is already sitting next to it. They look nervous. They glance at me, about to say something. I smile. They smile back. Their name is already fading. And the cactus is back, right where it should be. It showed up on a Thursday, late morning. I was working from home, half answering emails, half trying not to fall into a YouTube hole. It was one of those cold, gray days where everything feels like it's moving half a second slower than usual. The knock didn't even sound like a knock. It was more like someone thumped their fist against the door once, then walked away. I figured it was a delivery, so I opened the door and looked around. Nobody there. Just a small package sitting dead center on the welcome mat. No box markings, no Amazon tape, no shipping label, just plain brown cardboard sealed with duct tape, with a bright red, fragile sticker slapped on the top like an afterthought. I didn't think much of it at first. I get deliveries all the time, work stuff. Junk I forgot I ordered, the usual. But something about this one bugged me right away. I picked it up and turned it over. No address, no sender, no postage. Not even my name. Just nothing. I looked up and down the street like maybe someone was pranking me. But everything was normal. Trash bins at the curb, leaves blowing across the sidewalk, no one in sight. I brought the box inside and set it on the kitchen table, sat down, stared at it for a minute. That's when the unease started creeping in, not panic or fear, just that off-center feeling you get when you walk into a room and forget why you're there, something not fitting into the pattern. Curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a steak knife and sliced through the duct tape. Inside, nestled in crumpled brown paper, were two things. A black burner phone, still in its shrink wrap, and a flash drive. That's it. No note, no instructions, just those two items sitting there like a puzzle I didn't ask for. I took the flash drive out first. Standard USB, no markings. I plugged it into my laptop, more out of habit than logic. I think I was expecting some kind of weird spam file or a dumb prank video. Maybe someone in my building accidentally dropped it at the wrong unit. What opened was a folder, no name. Inside were video files, dozens of them. At first, I couldn't tell what I was looking at. Grainy, jittery footage. Some of it shot from high angles, like security cameras. Others were handheld. Phones, probably. Or dash cams. I clicked on the first one. A woman walking home from work. She had a tote bag, white sneakers, AirPods in. The camera followed her from a distance, staying behind trees and cars. At one point, she stopped to look at her phone, and the camera zoomed in, shaky, breathing audible in the background. My stomach turned a little. I clicked another. A different woman, this time at the gym. The angle was from behind a cracked locker door. She was tying her hair up. The camera lingered, moved closer. The next video showed someone's kitchen window at night, interior light on, a woman inside making tea. The camera sat still in the dark, filming through the glass. I opened 3 more files in quick succession. Different women, different places. Always the same thing. Someone watching. Not once did the women look at the camera. They never knew. I sat back, suddenly aware of how quiet the house was. It didn't feel like a prank anymore. I ejected the drive and shoved it back into the box. My hands felt weird, tingly, like they'd touched something hot, and the nerves were just starting to register it. I grabbed the burner phone next. Still in its plastic, brand new. I didn't open it. Not then. Instead, I called the non-emergency police line. I told them I received a suspicious package, that it contained possible evidence of stalking, maybe even a crime. They told me someone would follow up. I hung up and stared at the phone again. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw one of those women from the videos looking over her shoulder, not because she knew she was being watched, but because she felt it. That stayed with me. The next morning, no one had called me back. By noon, I called the station again, got transferred twice, left a voicemail, never heard anything. That night, around 8:30, the burner phone rang. It was sitting on my desk, still sealed. The sound made me jump. I stared at it until the ringing stopped. It started again immediately. So I answered. There was a soft click, followed by a second of dead silence, then a voice. Distorted, filtered, hollow. "You opened it," the voice said. It wasn't a question. "That means it's yours now." Click. Dead line. No number, just unknown. I didn't sleep at all that night. I checked all the locks twice, left the porch light on. Every time a car drove past, I peeked through the blinds. Still nothing. But by the next morning, I started feeling watched, not from inside the house, outside. Like if I opened the door too fast, someone would be standing on the sidewalk pretending to tie their shoe, or if I stepped onto the porch, a camera shutter would click somewhere behind a parked car. Paranoia, maybe, but that doesn't mean it's not real. 2 days later, I saw the van. White, no logo, idling across the street, lights off. The windows were tinted. I couldn't see the driver. It sat there for about 10 minutes. Then it rolled away. I watched it disappear down the road, didn't chase it, didn't call anyone, just stood there at the window, holding the curtain edge like it was a shield. Later that night, I went back through the drive. I looked at the footage frame by frame, faces, locations. One of the gym clips had a mirror in the background. I zoomed in. And there it was. The same white van, parked outside, partially obscured by trees. It wasn't just following them. It had been part of the story the whole time. I spent the next morning trying to convince myself it wasn't the same van. White vans are everywhere. Delivery drivers, contractors, maintenance crews. It didn't have to be the van, but that logic didn't stick for long. I kept flashing back to the video, that grainy reflection in the gym mirror. Same shape, same taillight sticker on the left corner. And it wasn't just that it looked the same, it was the way it parked, the way it sat. Lights off, engine running, facing my house. I didn't go outside that day, not even to grab the mail. I called the police again. This time I didn't go through the non-emergency line. I told them everything: the package, the burner phone, the drive, the van. They said an officer would swing by. I waited 3 hours. No one came. When I called again, they said my report had been noted, but there wasn't much they could do unless I had something actionable. No license plate, no footage, no confirmed threat. Just a gut feeling. I asked if they wanted the burner phone or the drive. They said, "You can turn it in if you'd like, but we can't guarantee follow-up." It didn't feel like a brush-off exactly, just bureaucracy doing what bureaucracy does, taking the teeth out of urgency. That night, I tried to distract myself, put on a movie, ordered takeout, kept the lights low, but I kept checking the window every 10 minutes, scanning the street for headlights. Nothing. Until just after 11 when I went to brush my teeth and noticed something strange. My bathroom window doesn't face the front of the house. It faces the side, toward the alley. There's a narrow gap between my place and the neighbors, maybe 10 feet wide. Just enough space for trash bins and weeds. As I leaned over the sink, I saw movement. I froze, toothbrush in hand. Someone was standing in the alley, just standing there. They weren't looking into my window. They were facing the other way, toward the back fence. But the posture was too stiff to be casual. No phone, no smoke, no motion at all. Just stillness. Like they were waiting for something. I shut the light off, then peeked again. Gone. No footsteps, no sound, just gone. I didn't sleep that night, again. The next day, I started making copies of the videos. I bought a fresh pack of drives, transferred everything from the original one, labeled each folder with the dates and timestamps that were embedded in the file data. I figured if anything happened to me, I needed someone else to have this, something to prove I didn't make it up. I emailed a copy to myself, sent another to a burner Gmail account I made that morning, hid one of the physical drives inside an empty cereal box in the back of the pantry. Paranoid? Probably. But it gave me some illusion of control, and that was better than nothing. Later that night, the burner phone rang again. It had been silent since that first call. I'd left it in a drawer, battery still full. When the screen lit up, it was the same as before, unknown number. No caller ID. No ringtone, just vibration. I let it buzz for a while, didn't want to answer. But eventually, I did. This time the voice was quieter, same distortion, but almost tired. "You're still watching," it said. I didn't respond. The voice waited, then said, "You shouldn't be." And then it hung up. I stood there holding the phone like it was radioactive. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I couldn't sit in Zoom meetings pretending I wasn't unraveling. I didn't even log on, just sent a vague email about feeling unwell. Instead, I drove. Nowhere in particular, just away. I put on sunglasses and a hoodie and took back roads out of town. Every time I passed a white van, I felt my pulse jump. I ended up at a rest stop about an hour outside the city, sat there for 20 minutes with the windows up, locked, engine running. Then I realized I was being watched again. Not by a person, by a camera. Mounted on the corner of the rest stop building, angled right at me. I know it sounds ridiculous. Of course I was being watched. It's a public area. Security is everywhere these days. But something about that moment hit me differently. For the first time since this started, I wasn't just afraid of whoever had sent the package. I was afraid of being seen with it, of being connected to it. Because what if someone had followed me? What if a camera somewhere picked up footage of me carrying that box inside my house? What if someone traced it back, scrubbed it to make it look like I was the one recording those women? That's when I finally understood what the voice meant. You opened it. That means it's yours now. I wasn't just a recipient. I was now part of the chain. When I got home, I checked every inch of my place. Not just the locks, but the vents, the smoke detector, the potted plants. I even unscrewed a light switch plate just to make sure nothing was behind it. No cameras, no wires. But when I turned on my computer to check the burner Gmail, the inbox had a new message. No subject, no body, just a link. I stared at it for a long time. Clicked it. It led to a private live stream, one that had already been playing for nearly 2 hours. It was footage of someone's apartment. Not mine, but familiar. A young woman, maybe mid-20s, working at her kitchen table, drinking coffee, typing something into her laptop, completely unaware. The stream had no chat, no name, no watermark. I refreshed the page, it kept going. I watched for a few more minutes, heart pounding. And then she looked up. Not at the camera, just into the room, like she'd heard something. She stood up, walked to her front door, looked through the peephole. She stayed there for a while. Then she walked back, sat down, and shut her laptop. The feed cut to black, and my screen stayed that way. No rewind, no playback. Just blank. I shut the laptop and sat in the dark. For a long time I didn't move. I just sat there with my hands on my knees, staring at nothing, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do now, what anyone would do. Because the truth was, I didn't know if what I'd seen had already happened, or if it was happening live. I didn't know who the woman was. I didn't know what I was watching. And I didn't know if I was the only one watching it. That was the part that got under my skin. Not the footage itself, disturbing as it was. Not even the idea that someone was out there recording strangers. It was the implication that I was expected to see it. Not as a witness, as a participant. That night, I pulled all the blinds in the house. Not just closed them, taped them down. I shut the laptop, unplugged the router, left my phone on airplane mode. Then I packed the burner phone and the flash drive into a shoebox, duct taped it shut, and shoved it into the bottom of my closet behind a stack of old coats I hadn't worn since college. I wanted to believe that if I physically distanced myself from it, if I pushed it far enough away, it would lose interest in me. Like a stray dog that would stop following if you stopped feeding it. That worked for a little while. For almost 3 full days, everything was quiet. No van, no calls, no emails. I tried to work, tried to act like a normal person again. I even went out for groceries, walked the longer route around the neighborhood, just to keep my head clear. It was cloudy that day, drizzling, that kind of slow, soft rain that makes you feel like time is passing slower than it really is. It almost felt normal. Until I got home and found the envelope. It had been slid under my door, thick manila, no writing on it, not sealed. I picked it up slowly, already feeling that sinking weight in my stomach return. Inside were photos. Printed, glossy, full color. The first few were of my house, different angles. From the street, from the alley, one from my backyard near the fence line. Then they moved inside. Shots through my windows, me at my desk, me brushing my teeth, me eating on the couch with the TV on. But it was the last photo that nearly made me drop the envelope. It was a picture of me asleep, in bed, taken from inside the room. I stood there for a long time just holding it, chest tight, every part of me buzzing. It wasn't just that someone had been in the house. It was that I didn't know when. There had been no forced entry, no signs of a break-in. The locks were untouched, the windows all still latched. The alarm system, which I'd finally started using, had never gone off. Nothing. I tore through the house again, checked everything. Closets, crawl space. Even inside the vents, nothing. I found the shoebox still in place, unopened, untouched. That somehow made it worse. I called the police again. This time I didn't go through the formalities. I told them someone had been in my house and left behind surveillance photos. I told them it wasn't a prank, that I felt unsafe, that someone was stalking me. They said they'd send someone. An officer showed up an hour later. Young guy, polite but skeptical. He looked through the photos, took a few notes, asked if anything was missing. I told him no, just that they'd been inside. He asked if I had roommates, any exes who might want to mess with me. I said no. Then he asked if I had any enemies. That one caught me off guard. I almost laughed. What does that mean? Like people who want to kill me? He shrugged. Sometimes it's not about killing, just control or chaos. There are people who do stuff like this for fun. They like watching what happens when you know you're being watched. That stuck with me. They like watching what happens. He filed a report and said they'd follow up if anything came of it. I didn't believe him. That night, I didn't sleep. Not because of fear, exactly. Not even because I thought someone might come back. It was something else. This deep, creeping suspicion that I'd already crossed some invisible line. That it didn't matter what I did now. The door was open, and I hadn't closed it in time. The next morning, I called in sick again, made coffee I didn't drink, sat on the couch flipping through the photos until my hands went numb. Then I opened the laptop again. The live stream was gone. The link led to a blank page now, 404 not found. I checked the email it came from, deleted. The burner Gmail account had been wiped too. Everything I'd sent to it was gone. I tried the other drive's copies I'd made, backups I thought were safe. 2 wouldn't open. The third one had files, but when I clicked them, every video showed static. Corrupted. I dug the shoebox out from the closet and opened it. The original flash drive was gone. So was the burner phone. In their place was a note, typed in all lowercase on a strip of plain white paper. You don't need these anymore. That was it. No threats, no instructions, no explanation. Just confirmation. They'd been in my house again. Not just once, again. And they hadn't taken anything. They hadn't destroyed anything. They'd replaced the evidence with a message. They wanted me to know. That afternoon, I put everything I had left, the photos, the note, even the shoebox, into a garbage bag and drove it to the far side of the city. I tossed it into a random construction dumpster and walked away without looking back. I didn't know if it would help, but it was something. When I got home, there was nothing on my porch, no envelope, no phone call, no new emails. Just silence. For the first time since this started, I felt something close to peace. But it didn't last. because just after midnight, my phone buzzed. Not the burner, my real one. And there, in my messages, was a single photo. Blurry, low resolution, but unmistakable. It was a picture of the woman from the live stream. This time she was asleep, and the photo had been taken from inside her room. I stared at the photo on my phone for a long time. I didn't save it. I didn't delete it. I just stared, like maybe if I looked long enough, I'd see something new, a detail I missed. A reflection in the mirror, a shadow in the corner, anything that would help me understand what I was actually looking at. But it was just her, the woman from the live stream, asleep in her bed. Same room, same blankets, same worn headboard, same angle as before, same sickening implication. Someone had been in her home, standing right there, just feet from where she slept. And somehow, they'd sent it to me. My personal number, not the burner, not email, me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even know what this was anymore. It wasn't just voyeurism. It wasn't a prank. It wasn't a trap, not in the traditional sense. This was something else, something deliberate, slow, like someone winding a clock, watching to see how long it would take for me to break. I tried calling the number back. Blocked. I tried saving the image, forwarding it to my computer, to my work account, to anywhere outside my phone. Every attempt failed. File cannot be transferred. Unsupported format. Corrupted attachment. But I could still see it, clear as day. I called the police. Again, told them someone had broken into my home twice, had sent me a photo of a sleeping woman taken inside her bedroom. They asked if I knew her. I said no. They asked if I had the original message. I said yes. They told me to come in the next day and file a report in person. That was it. No urgency, no visit, no follow-up. Just a clipboard and a desk if I wanted it. I didn't sleep that night, again. I sat on the couch with all the lights on and tried to reason through it. Was this just punishment? For opening the box? For not reporting it soon enough? For seeing too much? Was I being warned? Or was I being invited? Because the more I thought about it, the more it started to feel like they didn't want me to run. They wanted me to watch. To keep watching. And every time I tried to pull away, they sent something new, a reminder that I was still part of this, whether I liked it or not. The next morning, I didn't go to the police station. I just couldn't. I didn't have anything solid, a blurry photo, a wiped flash drive, a phone that vanished from my own locked closet. It all sounded insane when I played it back in my head. Like something a person makes up when they're having a breakdown. Instead, I called in sick again. I couldn't even remember the last time I worked a full week. That afternoon, I started researching. Not on my main laptop. I used an old one I kept in the closet, barely functional, something I hadn't touched in years. I didn't log into any accounts. No Wi-Fi. Just tethered it to a mobile hotspot and started digging. I looked up missing persons in my area, surveillance crimes, burglary cases where nothing was taken, women who'd gone to the police about being followed but were dismissed. I combed through forums, comment sections, weird Reddit threads that skirted the edge of being removed, and I started seeing patterns. Most of the cases weren't connected by location or method. They didn't even fit the same age groups or neighborhoods. But they did have one thing in common. No one ever believed them. Most reports were dropped. The people who filed them stopped following up. In a few of the older threads, the original posters deleted their accounts entirely. One thread stood out. It was short, only 3 comments. The subject line just said, "I saw the van. What happens now?" The original post had been removed. So had the user. But someone had replied, a user called Passenger Seat, with an old account that hadn't posted since. The comment was simple, just 3 sentences. Don't try to track them. Don't call the cops again. Whatever you do, don't open the second package. That's what froze me. The second package. I hadn't received one. Not yet. But the way the message was written, not if, when made it clear that this was part of the pattern. You get one, you engage, and if you keep watching, they send another. An escalation. I shut the laptop and packed it back into the closet. And then I waited. I didn't want to. I didn't have a plan. But what else was there to do? The police wouldn't help. No one I knew would believe me. I couldn't send the photos, couldn't save the evidence, couldn't even hold on to the original hardware without it vanishing or corrupting. All I could do was try to stay ahead of whatever was coming next. But I didn't have to wait long. 2 nights later, it came. Same time, around 10 at night, just after dinner, while I was pretending to read. Another knock. Soft, just one. When I opened the door, no one was there. Just a box. Same duct tape, same red fragile sticker, same silence. I didn't bring it inside. Not this time. I left it on the porch, just stood there staring at it, heart pounding, hands shaking, trying to decide what to do. I grabbed my phone, took a photo of it. The screen went black as soon as I pressed the button. Just shut off completely. When I turned it back on, the image wasn't in my gallery. I tried again with a spare phone I'd bought the day before. Nothing. The moment the camera pointed at the box, the screen glitched and froze. It was like the box couldn't be recorded, couldn't be saved. I left it there overnight. In the morning, it was gone. No footprints, no tire marks, no sign it had ever been there at all. Just my porch, empty again. And in the middle of my welcome mat, a single item left behind. A key. I didn't touch the key for over an hour. I just stared at it from the other side of the glass door like it might disappear again if I blinked too long. It was small, brass, and worn smooth. No markings, no tag. Just a single, ordinary key lying in the center of my welcome mat like it belonged there. I opened the door and crouched down slowly, trying not to make any sudden moves. I don't know why. I was alone. But it felt like I was being watched again, and this time I didn't even bother to look for the van. I picked the key up. It was cold. No note, no box, no explanation. I took it inside, set it on the table, and backed away from it like it might bite. I didn't touch it again all day. That night, I stayed up scrolling through every locksmith forum I could find, looking at key types, blank codes, anything that might help me figure out what kind of lock it fit. I learned more than I ever needed to about pin tumblers, warded locks, and how many possible cuts a standard house key can have. None of it helped. I tried it on every door in my house. No match. I didn't expect one, but I had to check. At 2 a.m, I was still sitting at the kitchen table, staring at it under the overhead light like it might start speaking. I remember thinking, what if I'm not supposed to use it yet? What if I already have? That's when I noticed the envelope on my counter. It hadn't been there earlier. I was sure of it. Smaller than the last one, plain white, no name. Inside was a photo, just one this time. It was me, walking. Not recent, it had to be at least a month old. I was wearing my blue jacket, the one I lost on the train back in March. I was crossing a parking lot toward my old apartment, earbuds in, head down, completely unaware. But the angle it was taken from was strange, too high for a normal person. I flipped the photo over. A date was scribbled on the back in black marker. Not the day the photo was taken, tomorrow. That's when I started to understand. The key wasn't for something here. It was for something else. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I sat on the edge of my bed with the key in my hand and the photo face down beside me, trying to piece together what was happening. They weren't just watching me anymore. They were guiding me. Not with threats, not with force. With permission. That's what the key felt like. Not an order, not a message. An invitation. And for the first time since this all started, I wasn't afraid in the same way. I wasn't sure if that made it better or worse. I left the house early the next morning. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I didn't bring my phone. I didn't take the car. I walked, with the key tucked into my jacket pocket and the photo in my back pocket, folded in half like it was mine. I didn't know where I was going until I got there. It was an old self-storage facility on the west side of town. I'd passed it dozens of times over the years, but never paid much attention. It had one of those faded signs with crooked letters and a number to call that no one ever answers. The front gate was open. No one at the desk. The place was empty, quiet. Rows of steel doors stretching down long concrete corridors that smelled like dust and oil and old cardboard. I didn't need a map. I turned left, then right, then stopped at Unit 37. The door was painted red, same color as the fragile sticker. The key slid into the lock like it had been waiting. I hesitated just for a second. Then I turned it. The latch popped with a soft clunk. The overhead bulb in the corridor flickered once. Then I lifted the door. Inside it was dark. No light, no motion. Just shelves. Floor-to-ceiling metal racks, maybe 10 feet deep. Every inch of them filled with cardboard boxes, all identical. Same size, same duct tape, same red sticker. Some were labeled, some weren't. Some had names, most didn't. There had to be hundreds of them. I stepped inside. It felt like walking into a library where nothing had ever been read. I ran my fingers along the boxes, not really sure what I was looking for. And then I saw it, a box with my name on it, printed in bold marker across the top flap, underneath a date, today's date. I opened it. Inside was a phone. Not a burner this time, a smartphone, standard, black case. It vibrated the moment I picked it up. No lock screen, no password. Just a single open window, a video. I pressed play. It was a live stream. Of me, standing in the storage unit, holding the phone. I looked up, then back down at the screen. The feed was live. No delay. A perfect mirror, 1 second behind. I turned slowly, heart hammering, scanning the corners of the unit. No visible camera, no sound, just the quiet hum of the corridor bulb and the echo of my own breathing. Then, on the screen, a second video window popped open. Split screen. On the right, a live feed of someone else, a woman, not the one from before, a different one, walking through her apartment, towel on her head, brushing her teeth. No awareness that anyone was watching. Below the video were 2 buttons, archive and forward. That was it. No names, no instructions, just options. I stood there for a long time. I don't know how long. Eventually, I put the phone back in the box. I closed the lid. I locked the unit behind me. I walked home. That was 4 days ago. No more packages have come. No more photos, no more knocks, no more vans. Just silence. But sometimes at night, I still think about those 2 buttons. Archive, forward. And I wonder how many people actually press them. I never told anyone about the storage unit. Not the police, not my coworkers, not the few friends I still talk to, not even my brother, who's the kind of guy who would believe me without asking for proof. Because that's the thing about stories like this, once you say them out loud, they stop sounding real. The more detail you give, the less anyone believes. It becomes easier to assume something's wrong with you, not the world. Safer too. So I stayed quiet. The phone stayed in the box. The box stayed in the unit. And the key stayed in my desk drawer, where I could see it every morning when I reached for my wallet. For the first few days, I didn't sleep much. Every little noise at night made me freeze. I kept checking the window, waiting to see the van again, but nothing came. Not a sound, not a message. The air around me stopped vibrating. It was like they were done with me. And for a while, I believed that. But then something strange started happening. I started noticing other people. Not in the obvious sense, not staring at me or following me, not others, like you see in movies, lurking in black coats, just other people. At coffee shops, on the bus, at the library, people who sat too still, who didn't touch their drinks, who didn't scroll their phones, people who watched. Not me, just everything. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. A certain stillness, a focus, like they're waiting for something to happen, and they already know what it's going to be. That's when I understood. I hadn't been singled out. I'd been inducted. Not into a club, not a cult, just a system, a pattern, something old and invisible and quiet that most people pass by without ever noticing. But once you open that first box, you stop being most people. It's been 3 weeks since I went to the storage unit. I went back once. I told myself I wasn't going to open the box, that I just needed to know if it was still there, but I already knew it would be. Same box, same phone, same 2 buttons. Only this time, there were more names on the shelves. Labeled, tagged, dated. I didn't recognize any of them, but one of them near the bottom, close to the wall, had today's date on it, just like mine did the first time. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. The phone in my box vibrated when I touched it, the same way it did before. It lit up on its own. There was no live stream this time, no face, just text. You understand now. I didn't reply. I put it back and left. When I got home, there was nothing on the porch, nothing in the mail, nothing under the mat. But there was a man sitting on the bench across the street. Middle-aged, business casual, paper cup in hand. He never looked at me. But I knew. He'd opened his box, too. That's how this works. You're given a glimpse, a key, a choice, and whether you use it or not, you're marked by it, changed. Your role begins the second you know. There's no ceremony, no reward, no speech. Just silence. And responsibility, because this isn't a chain of violence. It's a chain of observation, and now I'm part of it. It took me a while to make peace with that. At first, I thought I'd go to the police again, try to push harder, bring them the key, demand an investigation, but what would I say? That I was being watched by people who didn't threaten me. That I was sent a phone that let me look into people's lives, and instead of turning it over, I kept it. That I was curious? There's no way to say that and come out clean. So I chose something else. I made a decision. I went to the unit one last time. I brought a fresh phone, factory reset, no accounts. I opened the box, picked up the original phone, and watched the screen light up again. Another stream. Another woman. Different this time, older. Maybe in her 50s, watering plants, listening to music, completely unaware. Below her feed, the buttons. Archive, forward. I didn't touch them. Not for a long time. And when I finally did, I pressed archive. The screen went black. That's all that happened. No confirmation, no sound. Just gone. I put the phone back in the box and closed the lid. When I stepped outside, the sky was just starting to turn. That soft pink blue that comes before sunrise, where the air smells faintly like electricity. The world was still the same. But I wasn't. I didn't feel proud or brave. I just felt steady, like I'd finally settled into whatever this is. And now, I think I understand my place. I don't get to walk away, but I do get to choose. every day. What to see, what to pass on, what to stop. And maybe that's the point. Maybe this whole thing doesn't exist to create harm, but to decide who lets it happen, who passes it forward without thinking, who looks, shrugs, and clicks. There are more units, more shelves, more boxes, more people waking up to a world that doesn't quite fit the shape they thought it had. And some of them will press forward. But not me. Not today. Tomorrow, maybe, but not today.